Evening, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Hang on a minute, I just got a notification that we've gone live. Fair enough, but welcome to another Wednesday night movie live stream with me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and as always, I'm joined by Andy from Forgotten World Movies.
Hello, everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hello.
And tonight we're joined by two special guests. We're joined by Jason, the old Millennial.
Hello.
And we're also joined by Adam from What the Gym.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks for joining, guys. I really do appreciate it. You've both got great channels. How you been keeping?
I'll let you go first, Jason.
Pretty good, I guess. Have to work later tonight, so
yeah.
So do this for about 3 hours or so, and then I have to go.
We normally go for 4, but yeah, 4 hours is a long while.
Yeah.
And how you doing, Adam?
I'm doing all right. I'm excited for this.
Awesome.
Let's see what questions we get.
Yeah. If you got any questions, pop them all in the comment section down below. But anyway, the only question I normally ask on these streams, as I always ask on these streams, is what are some of the movies that you've watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Mike?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, there's been quite a few. The most noteworthy ones. Sorry, it is a horror movie, but I watched that Terrifier, the one with the clown. That sort of
I've heard about that one.
Yeah. It was okay. It was quite brutal, quite gory. But yeah, it wasn't too bad. I finally watched X. Really enjoyed that one. That was really, really good horror movie. And yeah, what else? I watched a movie with Richard Pryor called Moving. It's kind of about him changing jobs and having to move to another state and just everything that could go wrong with doing that. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. But yeah, they're just some of the movies I've been watching.
Oh, sounds good. I haven't seen many Richard Pryor films. The only real noticeable one that I can think of is probably Superman. Is it 3 or 4?
3, yeah.
3.
Yeah. Oh, I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. So you enjoyed X as well? You thought I was entertaining?
Yeah, I really liked it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the other movies that come out. So is it Pearl?
Pearl and Maxine, I think, are scored as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I just finished watching one of my favorite Sam Raimi movies, which is a Western called Quick and the Dead. I love that film. I just think it's phenomenal cast. When you look back on it, the names on paper are just absolutely phenomenal. Like Gene Hackman, Leonardo DiCaprio, Russell Crowe, awesome cast. I've been on a bit of a Tim Burton kick as well, so I've just sort of rewatched like my favorite ones of his from the 80s and 90s, like Beetlejuice, the 2 Batman films, Edward Scissorhands, Sleepy Hollow, Mars Attacks, and Ed Wood. So yeah, they're just some of the ones I've been watching.
Great selection there. Mars Attacks. I've only seen little snippets of that, but the cast in that is incredible.
Yeah. Even like the small tiny roles they're filled by someone really famous in that movie.
Yeah, definitely. So I think like Tim Burton's later films aren't nowhere near as good as his earlier stuff in the 80s and 90s.
I still think the last good one he did was Sweeney Todd.
Yeah.
I think that was like the last good one.
Yeah, I agree there. What about you, Jason? What are some of the films that you watched last?
Well, I rented 2 movies recently on Redbox, which is I forget. I'm the only American here, I guess, but it's nice for you to have me on to your British show here. No, I'm just kidding. But I rented these 2 movies. I was trying to catch up with some movies that came out earlier this year that I haven't caught on to, that I heard other people talk about. So I rented Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, which is one of the strangest movies I've ever watched. It's one of those movies you couldn't even explain what the movie is. It's just too weird. A little too weird for my taste, but I had kind of feeling that it was going to be too weird. but I heard some people say it was a good movie, so I was like, well, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, it's one of the weirdest, wackiest, bizarre movies ever made. So I mean, it wasn't my kind of movie personally, but I don't know. Then the other movie I watched was The Northman,
Oh,
and for me, it was one of the worst movies I've ever watched.
Wow.
And I think it's just because the violence, and I watch violent movies, but the violence in this movie was very upsetting to me. I think there was a lot of kids and women getting hurt in the movie, and for some reason that just really upset me personally. So it's kind of a personal thing, maybe. And it's a bit of a bizarre movie as well. There's some weird things going on there, and so right now it's probably the worst movie I've seen so far this year. So it was not a very good rental for me this last week.
I haven't seen The Northman yet, but I've heard a lot of mixed things. Some people absolutely love it. Some people are a little bit on the fence about it. But the director, is it Robert Eggers? A lot of his films are very much like that.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
And Everything's Everywhere All at Once is a lot of fun. It's definitely out there, but it's kind of put me off hot dogs for a little while.
Yeah, me too.
And what about you, Adam? What are some of the films that you watched last?
I think the latest film I saw that was my dog barking now. But I think the latest film I saw was a new Pinocchio film.
Oh, Disney Plus.
Yeah,
What did you think of that?
I thought it was all right. I've never seen the original one, but I thought it was all right. I didn't think it was anything that great, but I still quite liked it though.
Yeah, it's not too bad because it's free with your Disney Plus subscription, isn't it? Yeah.
I find enough of these remakes of it that I think they're overdoing them.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. We've got a couple of more next year, haven't we?
Yeah, I think Little Mermaid's one.
Yeah, and they're doing another Lion King one, which kind of surprised me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow! I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it seems like they're just going to remake the entire Disney back catalogue of all films. Oh, it's never going to stop.
No.
Right, anyway, before we get on to the comments, as it's your first time on the stream, Jason, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
All right, Jason the Old Millennial on my channel, and channel I talk about movies and music, both of those. I do a lot of rankings mostly. It's like my favorite thing to do. Right now I'm going through my top 100 favorite albums. At the moment I'm at number 41, and I'm also ranking every single Beatles song, and I'm up to 96 right now on that. Then the movie wise, I've been doing a lot of live streams actually. I ranked my top 10 favorite movies of the 2000s last Sunday. The other day I was on a Ryan's channel, RWR Movies, and with Jacob Martin, and we ranked our top 10 favorite childhood movies. So I love doing a lot of those kind of things. Me and Adam are going to do another one this Friday, ranking our favorite movie characters. So I do a lot of that, and I've been doing a lot more live streams lately. Really enjoying doing that and getting to collaborate with others on the channels, and doing just mini movie reviews also.
Absolutely. I've checked out some of your Beatles ones. That's a really cool idea, and your live streams are great. I did watch one with you and Adam a few weeks ago. That was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, and what about you, Adam? Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yep. So I mainly do videos covering all sorts of stuff about movies and video games and music and TV shows. But it's mainly movies and music now. And I do a monthly live stream as well. And that could be to do with movies or music or just a general chat live stream like this one we're doing.
Awesome.
I do all sorts of reviews. I'm going to be doing a concert review soon and going to a concert on Saturday.
Ooh.
I want to see Don McLean.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, wow.
American Pie, yeah.
Awesome.
That's cool.
I'll be doing a
Hope you
review for
enjoy
that
it.
one. Thank you.
Awesome. I did watch your Hot Wheels video game review. I thought that was
yeah,
excellent.
that's my latest video.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. If you like what Adam and Jason talks about, there are links to their channels in the description down below. So go and give them both a sub because they're both great channels. And Andy and Mike's links are also in the channel. And if you haven't subscribed to them, also go and give them a sub as well. So anyway, let's move on to the comments. Right.
Here we go.
Right. First up, we have Edward. No, we don't. We have StreamYard for some reason.
I thought it was
Hello, StreamYard.
We've got Edward here saying, "Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. Who picked up Elvis this week?" Andy, I know you did.
Yeah, I got the steelbook on Friday.
Oh,
Awesome.
Got it a couple of days early because we had a bank holiday with the Queen's funeral. So I got mine. Mine came a bit earlier on
That's
Friday.
Good. Yeah, that's good to hear. The steelbook is definitely a very bland design for something as extravagant as Elvis. It is a shame.
It's not the most exciting steelbook, shall we say? It's just it does the job. I think is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, you rewatched it as well, didn't you?
Yeah, it was better on second viewing, and the 4K when you see that Warner Brothers logo with like all the diamonds and the jewels, it just looks sensational in 4K.
Nice.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine the Las Vegas stuff looks great as well.
Yeah.
Awesome. What about you, Adam? Have you picked up Elvis or watched Elvis yet?
I will pick it up at some point, but I did see it in the cinema, and I really enjoyed it. It's one of my favourite films of this year.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Awesome. What about you, Jason? Have you seen it or have you picked it up?
yeah, me and you have talked about this, Pete. Neither one of us are fans of Elvis.
No, we're not.
I think we both have the same kind of problems with it that we talked about before. But yeah, so I'm not planning on picking it up personally.
Fair enough.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same. I wasn't the biggest fan of the movie, so I won't pay full price for it. I might get it when it goes a bit cheaper, but at the moment, I won't pick it up.
Yeah, I'm the same. Wasn't keen. I'll probably get it when it's a little bit cheaper, but yeah, not a fan. And if you ask my mum, who's a real Elvis fan, whoa, she'll rant about it. She really didn't like that film.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, oh my. Yeah, she could go on for an epic rant video for about an hour talking about how much she hates that film.
Oh wow!
Oh. We have Josh here from Classic Reviews saying, "Hey guys, hey Josh."
Hey, Josh. Hello.
We've got Scott here, the movie critic, saying, "Hello everyone, how's it going? Also, what are your favourite movie franchises?"
Ooh.
That's a good question. Do you want to go first, Andy?
I think one of mine is, it's not one I grew up with, but I've really started to really like the original 10 Star Trek movies. Like I can have a fantastic time with those films. I kind of prefer them over the Star Wars movies, to be honest. Yeah.
I need to watch them. I've watched the first one and it was okay, but I've heard this, as you said, the second, the fourth, and the sixth one are great.
Yeah. All the even numbered Star Trek movies are pretty great. You can take or leave some of the odd ones, but two and six are my personal favorites. Yeah.
Oh, that's good to hear. Isn't it up to 1 to 6 as the original cast members from the TV show?
Yeah, and then after 6, you get sort of, if you've seen Avengers Endgame, they kind of ripped Star Trek 6 off because all the original cast gave their signatures like right at the end of the movie, and Endgame sort of copied that.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, but the last 4 of that are the Next Generation cast, so like Patrick Stewart, He's pretty much in all those movies. But yeah, I have a good time with all 10 of those films.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I've dabbled in the TV series a bit as it's been on TV, and I've seen like the Calvin films, which I didn't mind, but I definitely want to get into them old ones. I'm tempted to pick up a box set of the first 6 on Blu-ray for about 15 quid, which isn't too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I got the set from CX for like £22, all 10 movies on Blu-ray. So
That's a good price.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, not bad at all. What about you, Adam? What are some of your favourite movie franchises?
I like the biggest franchises the most. So Star Wars and Marvel for me.
Yeah.
Great picks. What are your favourite Star Wars and Marvel films, and least favourite Star Wars and Marvel film?
I'll go with Star Wars first. So my favourite is the original trilogy.
Mm.
You can't go wrong with those films. I absolutely love them.
Absolutely.
And my least favourite's probably either episode 1 or 2.
Oh. Mm.
I still think they're all right films. I just find them the least enjoyable.
Yeah, I can get that with the second one.
And my favourite from Marvel is Avengers: Infinity War. I love Infinity War, but Endgame's got to be up there as well, though. Those two movies are absolutely incredible. But my least favourite's probably Thor: The Dark World. I'm not a fan of that film at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just find it a
bit of a
mediocre
dull
mess.
film.
It's a mediocre mess.
That's a perfect way to describe it, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
You meet BB-8, Adam?
Yeah, I've met the real BB-8.
Yeah.
I went on set to see it.
Adam's on
cool.
set.
I might have to make a video. I might have to make a video on it someday.
Yeah.
Oh, which one of the films was it you were on set of, Anne?
It was episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Did you meet any of the cast members as well as BB-8?
I met Anthony Daniels, who plays C3PO,
Wow.
and I've met him twice.
Oh, that's
And
great.
he's a really nice guy. It was great.
Yeah,
it was
I've
great
heard
to meet
he's a
him.
nice guy. Oh,
Yeah, he's
that's
awesome.
cool. Oh, you should definitely do a video on that. That would be really interesting, mate.
I'll add it on my list. I'll do that.
Fantastic. What about you, Jason? What are some of your favourite movie franchises?
Well, I guess the normal franchises, kind of what Adam said there, obviously, and then I would add Lord of the Rings to that as the best fantasy franchise of all time, in my opinion. And I'll throw the Toy Story, I think, is the best animation franchise of all time.
Ah, great pick. What's your favourite Toy Story, Anne?
My favorite Toy Story?
Yeah.
It might be surprising, but I actually really love Toy Story 4. The last one. Most people think that's the least favorite, but it's been my favorite actually. I really enjoy I think because it kind of ends the storyline of Woody and Buzz, and so and that's one of the best duos I think ever in movies, Woody and Buzz. And so to see that end was very emotional for me. So.
Oh, sounds good. I haven't actually seen Toy Story 4 yet, so I'm a little bit behind with them. Oh, wow. But great picks there, Jason. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd probably have to say the Phantasm franchise, like those 5 movies. I just think it's a very consistent franchise. And I'd also probably throw in James Bond as well. I know there's like good and bad movies, but I just have a great time with most of them. And I love like just having a marathon of the James Bond movies. Just so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree there. Great picks there. And I know your favourite, License to Kill.
Yep, absolutely. And I know I'm not alone in that opinion.
Yeah, the same answer as Vandy as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
I had my copy.
coaster.
You got a copy there?
Coaster.
It's a coaster. It's licensed to
Coaster.
kill,
It's a coaster.
There's a poster.
like a
Oh,
drink,
wow.
drinks coaster.
Awesome. I have a copy of License to Kill put on the side because I keep meaning to give it another rewatch because I know you guys love it so much. And it's the bit with the guy who's put in the air chamber with his head. That's the bit that gets me every time.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've still not seen it yet.
Oh, really?
didn't you? Oh.
I'm quite behind on James Bond.
Have you seen the new ones? Have you seen No Time to Die?
Yeah, I've seen all the Daniel Craig ones, but I'm still on Sean Connery.
Oh wow! You
So
got a treat ahead of you. Some great ones there.
Yeah, I'm quite far behind on them.
Oh,
But I'm
you're in for a
excited to
treat
watch
though,
them all.
mate.
Well, there's only like 25 or so, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a 25.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you watch one a day, it takes up nearly a whole month. Oh, and for me, I'm gonna say with my James Bond, Marvel, even though the newer ones haven't been so good, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna put
I
Dirty
agree.
Harry in as well, and Rocky. I'm Rocky.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
So yeah. Right. We have Mike from Did You See That here? Hey Mike,
Hey,
thanks
Mike.
for joining.
Mike.
He says, "Hey guys, hope you're well. Just tuning in from a shopping mall in Florida. Wow.
Nice.
So I wanted to come and say hi and show some support for two awesome guests, Jason and Adam.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for
Mike.
joining, mate, and hope you're enjoying your holiday in Florida." We have DVD and Film Bloke here saying, "Hey, mate, thanks for joining. Hope you're doing well." He's also here saying, "The other day I saw a film called Long Weekend, which is an Australian nature goes wrong poem, and it's one of the best." Wow, that sounds good. Have you guys heard of it?
No, I've never heard of it.
I've heard of it,
And-
not seen it.
No?
Yeah, I'm the same as you, Mike. Heard of it, but not seen it.
Sounds interesting though.
I can imagine Australia can go wrong.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't they got the most poisonous spiders and snakes?
Oh, I'm out
Yeah.
at spiders. I'm absolutely
Yeah.
terrified. Can't watch
Yeah.
arachnophobia or anything like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, I hate spiders.
I hate spiders. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Awful. Nah.
Except for Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. There's one exception. We've got Ash here from Popcorn and Horror saying, "Evening, fellas. Evening, Ash. Hope you're doing well,
Yes.
mate."
Good afternoon for me, but
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah. We've got Scott here back saying, "The Quick and the Dead is an awesome movie, really underrated."
I never heard of that either.
Yeah, it really is. I love this film. Just awesome cast.
Is that
I mean,
in the 90s?
What's that, sorry?
this is DiCaprio before Titanic, and so he
Yeah.
wasn't real huge at the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a 90s film. It's before Spider-Man.
Yeah.
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 Oh.
Yeah. This, I think, because Sam Raimi did, like, he was quite quiet in the 90s. Like, he had Darkman. And then he did, I think he did, like, a movie called The Gift and, like, a sports movie with Kevin Costner. I think it was like another baseball movie. I think it's called For Love of the Game. He was quite quiet in the 90s. He went a bit under the radar. And then he obviously got the Spider-Man deal. And that put his name, I think, on the map again. Because obviously he was known for, like, Evil Dead.
Mhm.
And then I think he did the Wizard of Oz movie. And then he didn't do anything then until Doctor Strange 2
Okay.
in terms of movies.
Yeah, I've heard he might be coming back for the next Doctor Strange as well.
Really?
I hope he gets more free
That's
range
good.
if he does. Like, more can put his own stamp on it, because I think it was very sort of studio controlled, that movie. Just by looking at it.
Very
But-
restrained. Disney was pulling him back a bit, you could tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I recommend The Quick and the Dead if you've not seen it. It's an awesome western.
Yeah, and Russell Crowe wasn't really big either yet at that point.
Yeah, no, he was up and coming at the time. I think really the only big name in it at the time was probably Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman, yeah.
Yeah.
Would be. I've heard the shootouts are very good in it.
Yeah.
Oh, the shootouts are awesome. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
I'll add it on my list.
I will do and all, but it's like a dictionary the size of my list. We have AP here from the Movie Cheer podcast. Hey everyone, hey AP, hope you're doing well, mate. What's everyone's favourite Ridley Scott film? I'm not going to have to search this up.
Same here. Yeah.
Right. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, I've got a couple that I really like. Blade Runner's probably my favorite Ridley Scott movie. I love that film. I really enjoy Thelma and Louise. That's a lot of fun, that movie. So he directed Gladiator's great. Yeah, it's probably those. There's an early or late 70s one called The Duelist. It doesn't really get a lot of love. That's a good film.
Yeah.
And The Martian is pretty good. I think that's like his most recent good one, I'd say.
Yeah, the one with Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Still need to see that one. Yeah, great picks there. What about you, Mike?
I think it's a bit of an easy one for me. Probably Blade Runner. I feel like Ridley Scott's one of those directors who I don't think he's got that many great movies to his name. I'd say there's maybe only about 4 or 5 that I really like. So Blade Runner would be my favorite, but I'd throw in Alien, Thelma and Louise, and Matchstick Men in there.
Oh, very good picks. Still haven't seen Matchstick Men, but that's one on the list.
You got a list, Pete?
Yeah, the list. It's like a book. So many I need to watch. I've got a whole pile of sealed films that I need to watch, and I still haven't got round to them. But I am getting through them slowly, one by one. I just think I'll eventually get there by the end of the decade or two.
I've got loads to watch as well.
What about you, Jason? What are some of your favourite Ridley Scott films?
Definitely has to be Gladiator. Now that here we're talking about Russell Crowe again. I mean, that was a movie that introduced me to Russell. Well, no, I saw Quick and Dead, but I didn't know who Russell Crowe was at the time. I think it wasn't until Gladiator I was like, "Who's this Russell Crowe? He's really good." And he was on fire there for the mid 2000s, and he kind of disappeared. It seemed like to me. I don't know, but man, he was really good. Of course, it was like Best Picture winner, Best Actor, all those things. Yeah, definitely that. Martian would be a close second, though. That was very good as well.
Ooh.
Oh, very, very good. I better get round to The Martian. I do have it over there, but it's still sold. And what about you, Adam? What is your favourite Ridley Scott movie?
My favourite's probably Blade Runner, but I've not really seen that many though, so I'll probably just say Blade Runner. Yeah.
Yeah, great pick there. Great.
Gladiator's got one of my favourite quotes.
Yep. What is
not
it?
entertained.
Great one.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah. It is a quality film with a great cast. I do love Gladiator. It's good fun.
I've got to watch it all the way through.
All this talk of Gladiator actually is making me want to rewatch it. For me, I'll probably say Gladiator, Blade Runner, Alien, but I'm going to give a little shout out to The Last Duel. I actually really did enjoy that one.
Yeah.
You got Matt Damon in there. You got Ben Affleck, and obviously the ever brilliant Jodie Comer in it. So yeah, it's a good period drama sort of thing. And The Last Duel at the end is so good. Moving on. David Even Filmbox says, I also saw the first 2 Planet of the Apes movies. I might watch the third one in a bit. I loved the first one, but wasn't overly keen on the second. Oh. I can't remember which one the second one is now. I can remember liking the first two or three of them, and then kind of just afterwards. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think me and Andy kind of grew up on the original Planet of the Apes movies. I love the whole series. The first one's definitely the best, but I do have a soft spot for the second one because it was the first one I ever saw. So I think I've just got the nostalgia for it. But it is basically just a remake of the first one, just with like a different lead actor. But yeah, I really enjoy them. I really like the third one. That's probably my favorite of the sequels. But yeah, I love that whole franchise.
Oh, brilliant. And you, Andy?
Yeah, I really like them as well, but I kind of understand where DVD and film blokes coming with the second one. I know Mike's obviously got a lot of love for that film, but for me, it takes quite a strange direction, that movie, with where it goes at the end with like the antagonists. So I won't spoil it in case anyone's not seen it, but it just goes down sort of like a path that I really struggle to follow. The third one is really good. It's really underrated. It's a lot more subtle, that movie. It sort of goes back to basics a bit, and it just keeps the storyline very, very simple, and the acting in it is very, very entertaining, and it's probably got one of the harshest endings in a Planet of the Apes movie. To be honest, it's really, really kind of upsetting. At a point, it just has a real downer, but it's a really, really good movie. The third one, Escape. Yeah, it's a really good film.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll have to give them all a rewatch because they're all on Disney Plus, and I think my headphones fell out. That's brilliant. But yeah, it's been a while since I've seen them because I watched them on BBC Two years ago. But they're all on Disney Plus, so I'll have to give them a rewatch soon.
Yeah.
Well, they are.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they're on there.
Yeah. All of them, even the new one is, and even the Tim Burton one, which I'm not keen on, is actually on there.
That's probably the worst one out of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my word, what was he thinking?
There's a reason why that film's always on Channel 5 in the UK. What about you, Jason? What do you think of the Planet of the Apes films?
I totally agree with Mike and Andy. I mean, they said everything I was thinking. So as I'm listening to them, I'm thinking, well, they took it from me. I can't say anymore. I totally agree. Number 1 and number 3 are the standouts amongst the originals. I love Planet of the Apes original with Charlton Heston. Has so many great lines in it. You know, get your hands off me, you damn dirty ape. It's a madhouse. I mean, it's so good. I agree.
Yeah.
No.
That's a great film. What about you, Adam? Have you seen the Planet of the Apes films? What are your thoughts on them?
I think the only one I've seen is the latest one.
Oh, what, the new trilogy?
Yeah, but I've only seen the third one. I've got a sealed box out of the first two.
Oh, that's good.
And I've had it for about 3 years. And I've still not got to it.
Really?
I'm really going to get to it at some point.
You're just like me. You're just like me. I'll get to it eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll be in for a treat when you watch them because they're good films as well.
I'm
Dawn
excited.
and Rise of the Planet of the Apes, I think they're called.
Yeah.
Right. We've got Mike here again saying, Andy, give us a mini review. Pick any bizarre, not very known movie from one of your top shelves of your bookcases and tell us why we should all check out that movie.
Wow, what a question.
I mean, it's growing vertically that much. I need a stepladder now. That's how tall it is. Like it's really not far off the ceiling. But yeah, I'll go and have a look and try and pick one.
There's way more than I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andy's got an absolutely huge collection. Yeah, I can see what he means. He's actually built another shelf.
That's crazy.
That's how tall. Like I can't even reach.
I think Mike, Andy, and Pete could put all their DVD Blu-rays together, they can open their own Blockbuster, I think.
I think
Yeah.
Andy's have enough for like 2 or 3 blockbusters.
You can just rent movies out and make money if you wanted to, I think.
Mm. Oh.
Did you have Blockbusters in England? Is that a...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they closed down about 5-6 years ago, I think. Quite a few years ago, anyway.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Hopefully they'll come back, because there's one left in America, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, I thought I'd pick this one. This is made by the director who made the movies Hero and House of Flying Daggers.
Mm.
So it's a movie called Shadow. If anyone's heard of it or seen of it, this is visually one of the most beautiful, breathtaking movies I've ever seen. Just some of it is it's absolutely stellar. Yeah, I can't recommend it enough. It's just a stunning film. Just the visuals in it are just off the charts. Plot wise, I don't really remember much about the plot in this movie. I was just sort of like taken back by like they use like these blades, but they're like umbrellas, and there's like scenes where it's just raining, and there's just a load of these people using these like bladed umbrellas like as weapons. It's just a really awesome movie. So I recommend it if anyone's not seen it. So yeah, that's Shadow. Yeah,
Sounds great. You sold me at bladed umbrellas.
yeah.
DVD Even Film Bloke says, I got Silent Night, Deadly Night 1 and 2 and HMV's 101 sale. I know it's nowhere near Christmas, but I don't know if HMV will have another sale in December.
Who knows?
That's good.
What's
good.
HMV?
That's our place where we buy films from. Probably the only real last place, especially if you want to buy brand new stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. They do a bit of everything. They do films, music, loads of like gift wares and foreign food, and even video games online now. So yeah, it's a great shop.
And mystery boxes. Lots of mystery boxes.
Yes.
Mystery boxes.
Yeah. I haven't actually seen any of them in my local HMV for about a year now, so they've probably got rid of them. I've never bought any, but I've seen what people got, and I'm like, I'm so glad I never got any.
Yeah, I bought one. What a waste of money. What a waste.
Yeah, I've heard.
Like what's behind number 3 kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't that great.
Most of the stuff that you seem to get in it is like sort of stuff you'd win down the seaside.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember they did £25 ones as well, and in one store they did £50 ones, and I'm like, who's going to pay 50 quid for one?
No.
No.
Nah. But yeah, HMV's good. I haven't seen Silent Night, Deadly Night. I've heard this. I think the second one isn't that good, is it, Andy?
It's worth a watch. It's definitely worth a watch. The second one, as bad as it is, because
Entertaining.
it's like half of the second one is just clips of the first movie. So you're watching half of the first movie again. But when it's got fresh footage, the main actor they've got to play the villain is he's doing something exceptionally bad in that film, but you can't take your eyes off him.
Oh. Is this where the line "garbage day" come from?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
No. What about you, Mike? You seen them?
Yeah, and I don't really like either of them. Yeah, I don't like the first one, so the second one having to make me watch the first one again, it's just I don't really like that. So I'm not really a big fan of either of them, to be honest. So I don't own the Blu-rays. I have been meaning to get them just because they're part of that collection. I think it's the Black Label collection.
101.
Yeah, and I've got most of the releases for that, but Silent Night, Deadly Night's one of the few that I don't, and I just can't I can't bring myself to buy it because I think it's out of print now, and I'd have to pay silly money to get it. So yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you did well, DVD from film to get that. I've been meaning to get a few 101 films from my local HMV, but they don't have them in. They seem to be doing less of them films, which is a shame. Have you seen the films, Jason?
Never heard of it.
No, have I.
No, they're horror films, so I know you guys aren't big horror fans.
Yeah.
No.
Right. DVD from Film Boat says also got Where the Wind Blows, which I'm really looking forward to, but I've heard it's really fucking grim, so grim it makes Watership Down looks like something on CPBs.
Wow.
Have you seen it, Andy?
I've not seen The Wind Blows, no.
No.
I've seen Watership
But-
Down, but I've not seen Where the Wind Blows.
Yeah. Watership Down, you need a whole box of Kleenex with you. So I
At
don't
least.
think what Wind Blows will be.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What about you, Mike? Have you seen Where the Wind Blows?
I've not seen it, but I've heard of it. I think it's meant to be about like some old couple and they, like living through like a nuclear holocaust or something. Possibly,
Oh.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I've heard it's quite a tough watch. It's quite depressing.
Is it an animated film?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have actually heard of it. Yeah, it does ring a bell. What about you, Adam and Jason? Have you seen it?
No.
Yeah, there's about 3 words there I've never heard before, so I'm totally lost in the whole sentence.
Oh, yeah. DVD from Fromberg says it's about an old couple who get caught up in the nuclear holocaust. The film world something actually did come to a Cold War and Britain did get nuked. Right. It was based on a late Raymond Briggs story, author of The Snowman, but nothing like The Snowman. Yeah, I wondered whether it was. Wow, it's certainly something different to The Snowman. But mind you, I cry at the end of The Snowman, so that's nothing new.
Yeah, so do I have it.
We've got Edward here, and he says, "Did you guys watch the Queen's funeral? And where did you watch it? And what were your thoughts on it?" Yeah, it was on TV. We watched a bit of it. We watched some of the news. Yeah, it was a very nice service and a great send off for a very inspirational woman. What about you? What do you guys think? Adam, did you watch it?
I watched all of it.
Yeah,
Amazingly enough.
Yeah, I was really impressed with it all.
yeah, definitely a wonderful service. I
Would
do
like to
agree.
organise that.
No, I wouldn't have liked to have organised that, no.
No, a lot of work went involved with that, but they pulled it off magnificently.
Definitely.
Bit
Yeah.
emotional at times, wasn't it?
hmm
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah,
seeing
it
the
is.
dogs and the pony.
Oh, yeah. The corgis.
Yeah, that was sad. I see that. That was upsetting. What about you, Andy and Mike?
Yeah, I watched. I was in and out of it. I didn't watch all of it, but from what I saw, it was. I think we gave her a good send off.
Yeah.
As best we could. When the pallbearers brought the coffin in and it just went dead silent, and then the music kicked in, I was like, wow, it must be something special to be in that room when they brought her in, because it was just, you could just feel the atmosphere. I think there's a YouTuber I watch called Aussie Man. He's a massive YouTuber. He did a review of the funeral today, and it's quite funny, but it's done quite tastefully. So what it is, but there was a bit where I think Joe Biden got there, and a British guy went up to the car to open the door for him, and this one of the American bodyguards just went over to him and was like, "No, get away from the door." So it was there was a bit of confusion as to who should open the door for Biden. It was quite kind of funny. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's quite funny. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. What about you, Mike? Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it. I've seen clips of it, but no, I didn't watch it.
Did you have it over in America, Jason, where you could watch it?
I was gonna say, you want to hear Americans' viewpoint on the thing? No, I didn't. I didn't watch it. I saw that it was going on though. Did they give like speeches and stuff? Or
Several.
Yeah.
I have to maybe check that out on YouTube. I'm sure it's on there somewhere. That's funny. Earlier in the year, Queen Elizabeth had like her 70th anniversary, right?
Yeah, it was in the summer.
Yeah, and I just met Adam. Me and Adam just kind of met and we're talking back and forth. And I was at work and I didn't know the whole Jubilee thing was going on. And the TV was on at work, and I see there's a big celebration in England, over the Queen. And I texted Adam that, I don't know if Adam remembers that. I texted him and I was like, hey, something's going on over in England. And he was like, yeah, our Queen and all this. And I said, man, you English people know how to throw a party. I mean, I'm always impressed.
Yeah, that was in the summer. That was a lot of fun. Loads of places all over the country did like their own little parties and street parties and big events. Yeah, it was a very nice celebration.
Yeah.
We got Ryder rated 18 here saying, good evening, chaps. Good evening, mate. Thanks for joining. Comments have gone weird. Just got to wait for them. We've got DVD from Film Bloke here saying to Edward a bit, but they just couldn't put the coffin down. I mean, it was taken around Westminster like twice. Oh, the funeral. Yeah, they normally do that. Scott says, definitely going to sub to both of your channels later.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We've got Tim Jong Productions here saying hello. Hey, mate. Thanks for joining. Mike says, in the last 2 weeks, I've been to the cinema and saw Pearl and Barbarian. What are all you watching at the cinema next? For me, it will be Avatar 4K re-release.
Oh, I need to watch that.
That'd be cool. We haven't had Pearl or Barbarian here. We haven't even got a release date for them, which is a shame. But yeah, hopefully we'll get them soon. But what are you looking forward to watching next, Andy?
For me, it's probably Halloween Ends. There's not really much in September, I think, that's grabbed my attention that much. But yeah, Halloween Ends. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking that out, regardless if it's good or if it's bad. So
just want a solid conclusion. Yeah. What about you, Adam? What's the next film you're going to see in the cinema?
It's a film called See How They Run.
Ah, the detective one with Sam Rockwell and Saoirse Ronan. I cannot pronounce the name right.
Sounds pretty good.
Oh, that looks really good, mate. I hope you enjoy it. When are you going to go see that?
Probably over the weekend at some point.
Awesome.
I'll go and see that.
Will you be doing a review for your channel?
It depends how I think of the film.
Yeah.
If it's worth doing one.
Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy the film, mate, because that does sound good. I tried to go and see it around here where we live, but unfortunately we ain't got it.
Oh no.
What about you, Jason? What is the next film you're going to see at the cinema?
Yeah, if you know my channel, I don't go to the theaters very often, actually, new movies. I've only seen 3 movies in the movie theater like this year. So the only one that comes to mind is probably Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. I would probably go out to see that one in the theater. I'm kind of interested in seeing what they do with that.
Yeah, that's a good pick there. That's a very intriguing film. And they haven't revealed much about it.
No, they haven't.
December movie? I can't remember.
I think it's coming out in November.
November.
19th, I think.
It's the final MCU film of the year, thankfully. I think we've had a bit too much this year.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What's the next film you're going to see at the cinema?
For me, it's probably Halloween Kills. Not Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends. Yeah. Keep getting those two mixed up.
Yeah. Is that middle of October, I think it is?
Yeah, 14th. I think.
14th. Oh, that's not too bad. That'll be good. I'd say that'll be the same for me. The next new film I'm going to see at the cinema will be Halloween Ends. Looking forward to that. Hope it lives up. Don't know much about it, and they've learnt from Halloween Kills not to put too much in the trailers. But I'm hoping to go to the cinema at the weekend and watch Clerks 3. After watching the second one last night, I thought that wasn't too bad. It's definitely very out there, especially ending, but I enjoyed it. So I've heard good things about this one, and they've got it here. So yeah, hopefully you'll see that. Right. We've got Josh here saying, watched a film today called In the Mood for Love. Ooh la la. Directed by Wong Kar-wai, and it's one of my new favourite films. Have you seen or heard it? But I haven't heard of it, but the title sounds interesting. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's been a long time since I've seen it, though. I can't really remember much about it.
Oh, is it an old film, is it?
I think it's
2000.
I can't place. I can't even remember. I can't. I can't even hazard a guess at when it came out. But I have seen it. I always get that and Chungking Express confused. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen it.
I just checked online. It came out in the year 2000. So yeah, it's quite an old film. I have to check
2000.
out for that one. Yeah. When he said "In the Mood for Love," I thought it was the song "In the Mood for Love." What about you, Adam? Have you heard of the film?
I've not seen it or heard of it.
What about you, Jason?
No, and I'm trying to think. Wong Kar-wai, is that the Old Boy director? Or who's that?
Park Chan-wook is the director of Old Boy, I think.
I know I've heard that name, Wong Kar-wai, but I don't recall if I've ever seen anything from him. But
No.
Yeah. And what about you, Mike? Have you seen it?
I've not seen it. I've heard of it. I've heard it is a good one. It is actually on my watch list.
Oh, cool. Right. We've got Tim Yong-un Productions saying, what are some of your favourite so bad it's good movies? Ooh. Good question there, mate. Do you want to go first, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I did a video on this quite recently. I think about a month ago. So I'll just try and remember some from that. So I think Super Mario Brothers is probably the big one for me. I love that movie, but I know most people don't really love it. What else was there? Jaws: The Revenge. I actually that's a guilty pleasure. I do kind of enjoy that movie. What else? Batman v Superman. I think that's pretty good, but I know that gets a lot of hate. Yeah, there's some of my choices.
There's some great choices there. I have to admit, I really enjoyed Batman v Superman. I thought the only thing I didn't like about it was Lex Luthor.
Yeah,
whoever played him, he didn't suit it. Yeah. What about you, Andy?
One of my favourites is a movie called Samurai Cop. If you've ever heard or seen it, it's just wow. The director was obviously influenced by Lethal Weapon, and when he made the movie, but yeah, some of that movie just makes horrendous sense. I'd say the big distraction of that movie is the main actor, the main cop in that movie. He has like really long hair, and he thought the movie had finished filming, so he shaved his head, and the director was like, "Oh, I need to do reshoots," and brought him back.
Oh, no.
So he wears like a woman's wig, and there's like scenes where it falls off, and it doesn't look good. It's so funny, but it's so entertaining. Oh yeah, it's got to be seen to be believed, that film.
Oh,
Yeah,
that sounds a lot of fun.
yeah, it's great.
Oh, what was that Nicolas Cage one you said last week? That sounded quite good.
Deadfall. Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
I've never seen anything like that film with Nicolas Cage. The acting in that film is just ludicrous.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. What about you, Adam?
Yeah, I'll say Jaws: The Revenge as well.
really,
and
Oh.
the disaster movie.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah, I think that one's so bad. It's actually good.
Hmm.
It's got Alvin and the Chipmunks in it.
Oh, I'm sold.
And it's got Hulk and Iron Man.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
not
a bit
too bad then.
it's a bit of a crazy movie. Best not to take it too seriously.
Yeah, sounds good. Alvin and the Chipmunks are in the MCU.
Or the other way around.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Alvin
brilliant.
Chipmunk Cinematic Universe.
Why we haven't had one of them yet, I never know.
ACU. Alvin Cinematic Universe. ACU.
ACU, yep.
I see. What about you, Jason? What are some of your favourite bad films?
Well, so I don't know how to take it. There's two different categories I'm thinking. There's the movie that is bad, and I think it's bad, yet it's funny to watch, like Andy said, Samurai Cop. I'm thinking Goblin 2, I think it's called,
Never heard of that one.
which has nothing to do with Goblin, the first movie, and is considered like one of the worst movies ever made. There's a really cool documentary called The Worst Movie Ever Made, which is about the making of Goblin 2, and it's so bad it's funny to watch. I say don't watch it by yourself, watch it with friends and make fun of the movie as you're watching it, and it's a good experience. It's a really fun movie to make fun of. But a movie that people don't like that I like, I would say, is a movie called Wild Hogs, which is Tim Allen, John Travolta, William H. Macy, Martin Lawrence, who'd go on a motorcycle trip, and has Ray Liotta and is part of a bike gang that kind of terrorizes them. People hate that movie, but I think it's hilarious. But
Oh, I've heard of that before. That sounds good.
Mm.
Cast alone.
yeah,
Ah, awesome. Great picks there, Jason. Right, for me, what can I think? So bad it's good. Double Dragon, that's a fun one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's a bad one.
Street Fighter with Kylie Minogue. And I'm going to end off this trilogy of films with the wonderful Spice World, the movie.
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, there was one, and it was quality.
Yeah. it was fun.
Oh. We've got Josh saying hey to Mike. We've got Andy Like Stuff here saying, hey guys, hope you're all well. Have any of you watched Andor yet? For me, it was a slow burner, but has potential. Ah, great to hear that. I've heard some positive things about it, but with like the 3-episode opening, that kind of makes sense because I've heard it is very slow. The first 2 episodes, not a lot happens. It's more world building. But it's coming from the director, creators of Rogue One, so I'm hopefully going to give it a watch over the week. Have you seen it, Andy, or going to?
No, I've to be honest, as horrible as it sounds, I've got no interest in Andor. Yeah, I'm going to be brutally honest about it. Yeah, not for me. No interest
no
at
worries. No worries.
all. Yeah, sorry.
What about you, Adam?
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching it soon. I'm pretty excited to watch it.
Yeah. Did you like Rogue One?
Yeah, I enjoy Rogue One.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I think it's going to be like 12 episodes as well. So it's the longest series yet.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's this one getting 12 episodes and not She-Hulk.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one, Adam, She-Hulk?
I've not watched it yet, but I've not heard very good things about it.
It's something, all right. It's something indeed.
The trailers didn't really sell it to me.
Right.
Yeah, I watched the first episode. That was enough for me. But I'll probably give it a go when it all finishes. But then I'll probably think, why have I just wasted 6 hours? What about you, Jason? What have you seen Andor going to? What's your thoughts?
About 20 minutes. I watched about the first 20 minutes right before the stream. Actually, I was watching it, and then I stopped to come onto this live stream. So I've just now begun the first episode. So I'm not too far into it, but yeah, I'll watch it. I mean, if it's on Disney Plus, I mean, I always figure like, yeah, I might as well watch it, even if it's And I don't know if I wouldn't say I have hopes, like high hopes for it. I'm trying to keep them kind of low because I don't know. I don't really care for that character in Rogue One, Cassian, and I know what happens to him in Rogue One, so I'm like not invested in that character. But I'll give it a shot. Who knows?
Yeah. I kind of wish they did Felicity Kendall's character. Oh wait, that's the wrong actress.
Felicity Jones.
Felicity
Yeah.
Jones, yes. Felicity Kendall's in the 60s or 70s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but Felicity Jones, I'd like to see. Is it Jyn Erso, her character? It would have been nice to have a TV show about her, but yeah, I suppose this could be good. I think it's got 2 seasons, and that's all it's going to have. So hopefully, it'll have a good towel. Mike, are you going to watch it?
I'm kind of the same as Andy, really. I'm not really that interested. I wasn't really the biggest fan of Rogue One, I've got to admit, and like Jason was saying, I'm just not really interested in that character. I'm not really invested in him because like you were saying, Jason, we know what happens to him in Rogue One. So I don't really have that much interest in watching it.
Yeah, I do get that. Next up, we have Mike saying, "Hey Josh, hope you're well, mate." Josh said, "Went to HMV today and saw a bunch of great films. Told myself I wasn't going to buy anything. Then I left with the CD I wanted." That's how it goes, mate. They should just left with the CD and you didn't left with like 40, 50 quid's worth of stuff like I've done in the past.
Yep.
It's so easy to say you're going to go in a HMV for a browse and then accidentally pick up a few titles and accidentally just buy them. I mean, it happens. We can't help it. The temptation is too much.
It's happened to me
Especially when
before.
there's a sale on. Yeah. Right. We had Mike here saying also, as of this comment, we've got 15 people watching, only 3 likes on the stream. Show Pete some love, smash the like button, and goes up to all these guys' channels, all awesome people. Thanks ever so much,
you,
Mike.
mate.
Cheers, Mike.
Thank you.
That mic and this mic. Sorry,
Yeah.
Both mics.
both mics.
Right, we've got Dr. Impossible saying, "Bustin' Loose, try that film with Richard Pryor. Ku Klux Klan, bus full of children, and Pryor plays a con artist on the run from the law. Comedy film with a difference, Mike. Evening all." Hey, Dr. Impossible, how you doing, mate? Oh, never heard of that Richard Pryor film before. Have you seen it, Mike?
No, but it sounds like something. I mean, Richard Pryor and the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That sounds interesting.
That's something I didn't thought we'd be talking about on the stream tonight.
Yeah.
Nor did I.
You seen it, Andy?
No, sorry, I've not heard of it either. No.
No. You heard of it, Jason?
Sounds familiar, but I've never seen it. Though I will say I like Moving. I think Mike said he saw that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I quite like that one. That's kind of a nice comedy.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's not like laugh out loud hilarious, but it's it's a pleasant, enjoyable watch. It's fun.
Yeah, it's the normal, nothing goes right kind of movie, and that's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah. Yep.
We've got David Beach here saying, "Good evening, guys. Hope you're all doing good. This is going to be a good evening." Hey, David. Thanks for joining, mate. Hope you're doing well, mate. We've got Josh saying, "Am I bad for saying that I'm kind of enjoying She-Hulk for I've seen?" No, mate. If you enjoy it, that's the main thing. There's some things in it that look quite entertaining. So as long as you're enjoying it and having fun, that's the main thing. We all have our different opinions. Nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of enjoying it. It's not that bad to me. It's
Oh,
it's short. It's only 23 minutes, 22 minutes long, maybe. It's like a sitcom, basically.
oh, that's good. How many episodes are there so far? I think it's like 5 or 6 so
Five,
far, isn't there?
been
5.
5 episodes.
I'll get to them at some point.
Yeah, it's an easy
I'll-
walk, I'd say.
it's- Oh, that's good.
Like
I'll have to give it another go.
like Moon Knight was such a hard show to watch, I thought, to get into, but She-Hulk was a lot easier to get into, in my opinion.
Moon Knight, I didn't mind Moon Knight. The only real fault I had with it was in that opening episode where he wakes up in that like car and the CGI in it is horrendous. Oh, but yeah, I didn't mind the show. For me, my favourite of the MCU TV shows had to be WandaVision.
First one.
Yeah. What about you, Jason? What was your favourite MCU TV show so far?
Hawkeye, I thought was really good. Combination of comedy and action, I thought worked really well. Lots of good
That's
cameos, or not cameos, but good guest stars.
I haven't seen that one yet because I missed it before Christmas, so I'm going to watch it this Christmas.
Yeah, watch it Christmas time, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Adam? What's your favourite MCU TV show?
I go with Hawkeye as well.
All right.
I'm
Right.
excited for season 2 of What If.
Yeah.
What if? Oh, the animated one. I've only seen a couple episodes of them, but
That's
they're
good.
pretty good.
I'm looking forward to season 2 of that.
Yeah.
Yep. Robert Downey Jr. is returning as Iron Man to voice him.
Nice.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy? What's your favourite MCU TV show?
Mine was probably Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I know it wasn't everyone's favorite, but I actually thought it was kind of like a decent idea of having a new Captain America who wasn't up to the job, wasn't fulfilling the duties properly. I actually thought that was actually a really decent direction to take it. I just thought it was quite interesting.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only ever saw like the first couple of episodes for that, but I need to go back onto it. Yeah. Is it very similar to like the Winter Soldier in vibe, like the film?
I wouldn't. It's its own thing.
Mm.
Like there's not really anything you can really compare it to. Really.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'll have to give it, continue watching it. What about you, Mike? What's your favourite MCU TV show?
I don't think I've seen any of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very behind with like MCU stuff. So just for argument's sake, I'll say Spider-Man the animated series.
That's better than all the MCU projects together.
Yeah.
Oh. We've got Rogue Reviews here saying, hello, have had an amazing first week at uni. Oh, that's brilliant to hear, mate. I'm glad to hear you settling in good.
Cool.
We've got Andy Like Stuff saying, Underworld 1 to 3 are underrated films for me. 4 and 5 are major letdowns, though. I like the Underworld films, mainly for Kate Beckinsale. They're fun films. But yeah, I don't mind the first three. I do agree the final couple are not that good, but there's some good cast members in there. I'm pretty certain Bill Nye's in some of the films, if I'm not mistaken. Andy, what's your thoughts on the series?
I just think it's kind of mediocre, the Underworld movies. I like the first one. Like, I think it's okay, but I don't think any of the sequels really lived up to that either. But I think you are right. Kate Beckinsale's probably like the best part about it. But I just can't stand the color palette to those movies. It's just it's really dark and pale blue.
You're right there.
Yeah, just don't like it at all.
Yeah. Adam, have you seen the Underworld movies?
No, not seen them.
No. What about
I've
you,
never
Jason?
even heard of them.
Ain't you heard of them? Oh, they're like, I think it's vampire and werewolf films, early 2000s.
Right.
What about you, Jason? Have you seen them?
I haven't seen them.
No?
I'm with Adam on that. Yeah.
And what about you, Mike?
No, I've not seen them either. I've got one of them on DVD. I think it might be like the third one, possible, or the second one. It's definitely one of the sequels. But no, I've never seen them.
Oh wow. I know there's like 5 of them, but I can't for the life of me remember the titles of them. I just don't know the titles. I'm just
I
like,
didn't know there's 5 of them.
I'm just like Underworld, but Kate Beckinsale gets a little bit older with each entry. That's all I know. Road Review says the only problem is with the trains yesterday. The train I was supposed to got was cancelled because they had to move the Royal train to Bristol for maintenance. Sorry to hear that, mate. But yeah, train delays and bus delays are a major bummer. But hopefully you'll be all right.
I hope so too.
David says, have you watched Cruella and what did you think of it? Andy?
Yeah, I liked it. It was one of my favourites from last year. Had a good time with it. Emma Stone was great in it. I thought the two guys that played Jasper and Horace stole the show for me. I thought they was just so funny.
That was great, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good.
Yeah.
Adam, you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I liked it.
We-
I really enjoyed it.
I think we're getting a sequel, aren't we?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, there were talks of it, so hopefully that'll happen. Yeah. Jason?
Yeah, I was gonna say Wink the dog kind of seals the show for me.
The dog's great too, yeah.
I think it was my favorite part of the movie, but yeah, it was a decent idea or prequel, whatever you want to say, of the character. Yeah, and I mean, great cast. Yeah.
Yeah. And Mike, have you seen it?
No, I've still not seen it, but I've heard really good things about it, so I need to see it at some point.
I think it won the Oscar for best costume, maybe.
Did it? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Costuming was really good.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of the biggest surprises of the year for last year for me. One of the best things Disney's done for quite a while. Emma Stone, Emma Thompson were all great in it. The soundtrack was superb. Great film. Probably the best live action Disney's done, even though it's not really live action like the Pinocchio remake. But great stuff. Right, Dr. Impossible says, or you could go with Pryor in God We Trust. Marty Fieldman as a monk on a mission in LA, and he meets Andy Kaufman playing a TV evangelist called Armageddon T. Thunderbird, and God played by Pryor.
Oh.
Wow.
That sounds amazing. The cast alone.
That cast, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I did not. I thought I'd turn on the stream today and we'll be talking about this. That sounds like a absolutely out there film. I didn't even know, heard of it before. But yeah. You guys heard of it?
No.
No.
Heard of what?
Right.
God We Trust, I think.
Next up, we've got Rogue Reviews, and he says, "I'm coming back the train back home from Cardiff. Got changed as someone got stabbed, so they had to send a replacement train. Wow.
Gee whiz.
And today coming back, the train broke down for another. Wow. Sorry to hear that, mate. Wow.
Bad luck.
Definitely.
Yeah, you take care, mate, when going on the train."
I hope you're doing well.
Scott says, "Yes, Pete. Rocky is my favourite franchise of all time. Love it. You all had fantastic choices." Yes, I quickly saw your icon and saw Rocky. I was like, "Oh yes, Rocky as well." For me, my favourite is probably the first one, but the fourth one is so much fun. It's probably the most funnest entry in the franchise. The fifth one, not keen on that one. But I'm looking forward to Creed 3 whenever that comes out, but I don't think we've heard a release date yet.
No.
Was Rocky 5 on your list, Mike?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it is the worst one of the franchise, but I still like it. I still enjoy it.
You still like it?
Yep.
I've got the box set.
Yeah, I've got the box set.
Bam!
I've got all of them to watch.
Yeah.
You haven't seen any, have you?
I haven't seen any of them, no.
Oh, wow, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of them to watch.
Oh. You'll love Eye of the Tiger or the songs in Rocky 4. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm so envious of you, mate. Getting to experience them films for the first time. Special thing. It's cool.
He's a bit bigger than me, isn't
Yeah.
he? He's got no chance there.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch all of them.
Yeah. We'll do that sometime.
When we get back from holiday,
Yeah. One a night
maybe.
for 6 nighs.
That's what I did a few years ago. Best week ever of films. Have you seen them all, Jason?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What's your favourite?
Oh, the first one is one of my favorites of all time. Top 10 favorite movie. I mean.
Ah, wow.
Awesome. Yeah. What were you about to say, Jason? Just cut off.
Oh. No, that's about it.
Oh, no worries. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I like the first 4. There's parts about 5 I like, but I don't think it's a good movie. There's things about it I do. I like sort of the ferociousness of Tommy Gunn in that film. I like his agent in that movie as well. He's pretty funny. But yeah, 3 and 4 were the ones I watched the most when I was a kid. I digged Mr. T in the third one. I just think he's a cool villain. And 4 is where like the stakes are so high, the soundtrack's amazing. That's just the whole message in that movie I absolutely adore. The fourth one, it's so entertaining.
I do agree. It's the shortest film, but the most fun film.
Yeah.
I've got the soundtrack playing in my head now. Burning Heart.
Yeah.
Wait, song.
Rogue says, rant about the British train service is over. No worries, mate. Just hope you're safe
No
for now.
worries.
Rogue Review says, bought a few Criterions in the newly refurbished H&B Cardiff. My professor recommended I watch some John Waters films before we look at Shock later in the course. Sadly, I bought Pink Flamingos. Oh.
Ouch.
Oh, your professor actually recommended you pick up Pink Flamingos. Oh, dear. Well, I hope you find some entertainment out of that, mate. Some entertainment. It's a hard watch in many ways.
There's a reason why that movie comes with a sick bag.
It is a coarse in bad taste.
Yeah.
Definitely. Have you heard of it, Adam?
No, never heard of it.
That's probably the best way to keep it, mate. What about you, Jason?
I think maybe I've heard of that name, but couldn't tell you what's about.
It's not a
But
nature
good.
documentary, I'll tell you that for certain.
It's not about pink flamingos.
No, it isn't.
The title is a little misleading.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Mike, have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it many years ago, and I think I've blocked most of it out of my my head. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't ever search up Pink Flamingos online, please don't.
I'd say maybe read the plot on Wikipedia if you're not interested in watching it.
Just to see.
Yeah.
Just because some things that happen in that movie are disgusting.
Yeah. Just avoid Google Images.
Yeah, don't Google image it or just maybe
Avoid
read the
the
plot.
film at all costs.
Yes, definitely. We've got the viewer Drew here saying, "Hey, what's up? Hey, Drew, mate. Hope you're doing well."
Andrew.
Right. Dr. Impossible says, "Wow, you've got some taste, Andy. Quick was a film I enjoyed in my teenage years. Had a fetching poster on my wall of Sharon Stone with her big guns, Pac-Man between her legs in the distance."
Yeah.
That sounds like a very interesting poster. I didn't know Sharon Stone was in the film. Wow.
Oh, there's so many famous faces in it.
To hear Gene Hackman is in it, because I watched him in Target the other night and Unforgiven. Oh man, he is horrible in Unforgiven. Oh, such a great film.
Yeah.
He's horrible
He
in Quick and the Dead.
He's kind of
Yeah.
similar in both movies. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so he plays a villain in this film. Oh, that I'm sold. I'm sold. And then Sharon Stone, can you sell me it even more? Oh,
Yeah.
brilliant.
There's a great bit in it with Lance Hendrickson, and he's got like a deck of playing cards, and he's like, every person, whenever I kill someone, I add an ace to the cards, and then he fans out the cards, and it's just full of aces.
Places.
Like, it's so good. Yeah.
Is there a Blu-ray of it in this country?
Yeah, I've got the Blu-ray of it.
Oh, cool. I'll have to check online and see if I can find a copy.
Can I go to your house, Andy, and check out a movie?
Yeah.
We've got rogue reviews here saying, to make my purchase of Pink Flamingos better, I also got the Blob and Masculine Feminine to make the purchase safe.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Sounds like good Pixar. I know with my local HMV, they had a massive load of Pink Flamingo sent. They were saying to me they couldn't understand why it wasn't salmon, and I told them the description of it and what happens, and they actually removed it off shelf and just kept one out and took the rest back.
Yeah.
We've got Cora here. Evening, mate. Hope you're doing well. And he's saying Sharon Stone in The Quick and the Dead. Great movie. Certainly sounds like it, mate. We've got the viewer Drew saying, good news, saw Barbarian starring Georgina Camel, Bill Skarsgård and Justin Long recently. Great to hear, mate. Hope you enjoyed it. I've heard it's very good. It's in the US at the moment, not over here though.
Oh, really?
Cora says, being a famous name, also in the movie. Yeah. Any film with Sharon Stone and you've sold me. Bar Catwoman. We've got Gareth here from Video Tasty saying, hey guys. Hey Gareth, hope you're well, mate.
Hey, Gareth.
We've got Dr. Impossible saying Hannibal.
Yeah, that's a Ridley Scott movie as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We have David Beach here saying, Peter, have you watched Toy Story, That Time Forgot, A Terror? Toy Story of Terror and The Time Forgot, 2 short films. Yeah, I've seen them. They were exclusive to Sainsbury's on DVD, but I watched them on Disney+. They're pretty sweet, like little animated stuff. Nowhere near as good as the main films, but entertaining if you want to watch them. Have you guys seen them?
yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, all the shorts are pretty good.
You
I
enjoyed
do.
it, Jason? Pardon?
Yeah, they're all right.
I think there was another one as well. I think there might have been a different one. I
Yeah.
think it was 3 of them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh yeah, did you watch Lightyear, Jason? What did you think of Lightyear?
Oh, I thought it was like I wouldn't recommend it necessarily, but it wasn't terrible. Kind of in the middle for me, I guess. I just didn't really care for the storyline, and it just wasn't that funny or memorable for me. I guess maybe I'm comparing it too much to other Pixar movies, but to me, it was kind of middle of the road movie, I would say.
Yeah, I agree with you there. The best thing about it was Socks the cat.
He was definitely the hero. I mean, he did all the good stuff. He saved the day, basically.
Yeah. No Lightyear 2, please. Could we just have Socks the movie, please?
Socks the movie, yeah.
Did you like Lightyear, Adam?
Yeah, I liked it. I'm not going to rush to see it again anytime soon, though.
Yeah. I do agree with you there. I have to admit, I kind of thought Taika Waititi's character was so annoying. I was like, oh, just shut up. Get on my nerves, he was.
Well,
Yeah.
the pin part that was probably one thing that made me laugh. Is he kept going on about the pin throughout the whole movie, and finally he got to use the pin, and I was like, kind of thought that was funny because I was like, oh, finally that pin came to play.
That's true. I actually didn't mind Chris Evans as Buzz. I thought he did a pretty decent job.
I thought it was all right.
I wouldn't know it was him unless he told me.
Oh, wow, really? I mean, I still prefer Tim Allen, but I thought he did a very good job as a replacement.
I agree.
Rogue Reviews says, the cashier at H&V was cool and was a John Waters fan and tried to recommend me some other films by him, such as Mondo, Trasho, and Serial Mum. I have not heard of either of them. Have you, Andy?
Yeah, I've seen Serial Mum. That's a really good film. It's quite funny. It's got that's another film with a good cast. But yeah, I've not seen Mondo Trasho. It's like some of his movies are really good, like the ones in the 90s he did. I really, really enjoy, but some of his earlier stuff I find really hard to get into.
Yeah, definitely. Didn't he do Hairspray and the Crybaby as well?
Yeah, Hairspray, Crybaby, they're great films. There's a movie called Pecker, which I really like, with Eddie Furlong and Christina Ricci. It's a good movie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to keep an eye out for that one. What about you, Mike? Have you heard of these films?
Yeah, I've seen Serial Mum. That's probably my favourite John Waters movie. Yeah, it's a really, really underrated movie. Kathleen Turner's great in it. But I've not seen Mondo Trasho.
Oh, Kathleen Turner's in that. I quite enjoyed her in Crimes of Passion, so I'll have to check that one out. Adam, have you heard of these films? Probably not.
No.
No. And Jason, have you heard of them?
I've heard of Serial Mom, never seen it, but
No. Right. Winslow says Thelma and Louise for me. Yeah, I do agree. Great film. Gina Davis. Yeah, loved it. Right. Dr. Impossible says Scott was going to make a film about the Ebola virus outbreak across the world based on the best-selling book called Crisis in the Hot Zone, but Outbreak came out. Oh.
I did not know that.
Dr. Impossible says, is that a gizmo you got, Andy? I'm hearing strange noises on the stream.
No, sorry, it's my dog. He's just he was just snoring before.
What's your dog's name?
He's called Logan.
Logan.
Yeah.
Nice.
We named him after the Hugh Jackman film.
Yeah.
Came out a couple of years ago because we really loved that film.
Great name. Right. Rogue says, what was a fun moment at a uni was that they played the Kill Everyone Now scene from Pink Flamingos and the room was divided by looks of disgust and laughter. Those laughing, I envy their innocence.
Wow.
I cannot believe that you study Pink Flamingos in university.
If you're studying like trash movies, that's probably like the perfect one to do.
That's really interesting, but cool. Yeah. Will you have to like write an essay on it or talk about it in some form, Rogue? Mike says, I admire Andy's collection so much. Also, Andy's a legend. Yes, I completely agree there, Mike. Scott says, I miss Blockbuster, man. It was so good. Yep.
Yeah.
Friday night down at Blockbuster's, pick a
Good
couple
night
of
out.
films. Yeah. Oh, they used to have the drinks and the sweets there, so you didn't have to go to Tesco either. You get everything there, and then you just get your film to go home. I know my local corner shop used to do like rentals and that, but it weren't the same as going to Blockbusters. Right, we've got Scott saying, "What a pick, Andy. Shadows is so good. No one talks about it though, which is a shame because it's really great. Great recommendation, man. Also, what a collection."
Oh, thanks, Scott.
Massive collection.
Thanks.
I do agree. It is an incredible collection. Definitely one of the
Definitely,
most impressive ones I've seen.
I agree.
It's growing. I'm about 300 titles away from 5,000. So
Jeez.
yeah,
Wow.
it's growing. Yeah.
Do you think you'll reach 5,000 by the end of the year?
I want to, whether I will or not. I think it's going to be too big of an ask. I'd probably say round about March, maybe next year.
Yeah.
I'll get there, but
Man.
I think maybe the end of the year is too much of a stretch.
I hope
Yeah.
you never have to move, Andy.
Oh god.
I moved at the start of the year, and
Okay.
my God, it took it out of me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's packing the stuff up, and I bet rearranging the films as well, so they're in how you want them to be ordered. That must be so time consuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It took me forever. Yeah,
Mm.
it was horrible. Yeah, I don't want to do it again anytime soon. No.
I could never alphabetize my film collection because I just wouldn't have the patience to do it. I'll just shove it all on the wall. Yeah, I tend to have like movie labels, film franchises all together, and try to put the films that I like the most at the front, and then the films that I don't really care so much at the back, so I don't have to see them.
Huh.
I have a terrible system. Oh. Rogue Review says my local blockbuster was located opposite the police station, so you could go see crazy stuff outside the window. Wow. Also, the police officers probably pop in there and get a film to watch on the break. Oh, that was cool. We've got Last Chance Ches here. Evening, mate. Hope you're doing well. Are there any movies that you bought multiple copies of? I bought my 6th edition of Battle Royale yesterday from CX, as it also has postcards, 2 booklets. One has concept art, poster, and a comic book. No, well, that's pretty cool, mate. There's no problem with that, especially if you're getting cool stuff with it. It sounds like a lovely addition. Have you bought multiple copies of films, Andy?
I try not to. I think it's more about the label or the edition. Sometimes I've got to, because I picked up The Thing on 4K today, but I already own that on Blu-ray because the Blu-ray I have is part of the VHS range, and I wanted to get the 4K because I've got some of those other John Carpenter 4Ks, like The Fog, Escape from New York, and I wanted to get it to sort of line up with those movies. Plus, I heard The Transfer is one of the best on 4K for The Thing, and I put some of it. I put the disc in today, see what it looks like, and yeah, the colors are so vibrant on it. That's really the only time I will probably try and double dip if it's on a different label and if it's a superior format that I'm getting, like jumping from Blu-ray to 4K. Because I've also ordered the 4K Tremors, and that's also on the VHS range, and I've also ordered the 4K RoboCop, and I've got that in a trilogy, so I won't get rid of the trilogy because that's got 2 and 3 in it. So I'll keep hold of that, but I'll probably watch the 4K whenever I feel like watching that film.
Oh,
yeah. So I don't do double dips too much. But
they're only if they're films you really like, or they're really nice upgrade with like special features and labels. Yeah, I can get that. What about you, Adam? Do you double dip, whether it's films or games?
No, I don't have any more than one copy of all my movies.
That's cool, mate. That's cool. What about you, Jason?
Not really. Only that, of course, I started collecting DVDs before Blu-rays came out, and so then when Blu-rays came out, I've been trying to replace my DVDs with the Blu-ray version sometimes. And so then I'll have 2, but then I'll give the other one to my family or my parents or something, to get rid of it. because I don't want to have two of one thing, I guess. But that's the only reason, is just try to upgrade it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely get where you're coming from there, mate. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same really. I will buy another copy if it's upgrading from say Blu-ray to 4K, but I wouldn't buy the same movie. I know some people buy like the Steelbook and like the regular of like the same movie on the same format. I wouldn't do something like that, but I tend to do it if I'm upgrading from like Blu-ray to 4K. I think similar to Andy, I think The Thing is possibly the one that I have upgraded the most. I remember I had that on DVD, then I think it was the Universal Blu-ray and then the Arrow Blu-ray, and now I've got the 4K. So yeah, I know I've definitely owned that movie like at least 4 times.
Yeah, I can definitely get where you're coming from, Mike. I picked up a few 4Ks mainly because they were cheap, and I've ended up getting Spider-Man 3 times, DVD, Blu-ray, and 4K.
Yeah.
The whole works.
Yeah, and I've done that with a couple of titles. It's just how it's worked out, whether it's because I found them cheap on 4K or not. But for me, it's gaming that I double dip on, triple dip, even quadruple dip on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bought Monster Hunter 3 4 times. I bought Captain Toad Treasure Tracker 3 times. I bought Bayonetta 3 times. And with the Switch, a lot of the PS4 games that were on PS4 are now coming to Switch. And I seem to buy more again on the Switch, even though they're the same game. But because you can play it portably, I just seem to fall into the trap and of buying it again. So, yes, I am very guilty of double dipping for games.
Has anybody upgraded from VHS to DVD?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
Okay, I've done that.
Yeah.
In fact, when I was a kid, there was a thing called the beta tape, and it was a little smaller than the VHS tape, and it had a beta instead of VCR. It was, I don't know, it was a beta something or other, but then it couldn't compete with VCR, so it went out of business. So we had to get rid of all that stuff and switch to VHS.
Yeah.
But that was back in the 80s.
Oh, sounds cool. We have Rogue Reviews here saying the Cardiff one recently had a refit to implement the new branding and move the movies downstairs and the music upstairs. I've got caught off guard on the first time entering the post refurb. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know they're changing it to is it the H&V shop or something, and seem to do more like gifts and music and less on the films. Mine's still an old one, but I know the one at Norwich seems to be more of that. But it's good to see H&B doing well, especially when there isn't many physical media shops. I don't think in America, Jason, there's many physical media shops about, are there?
You mean that just does physical media?
Yeah, just like films that places that just sell films. I don't think there's any, is there?
I mean, I just get mine at Walmart, but that's where you get
I've
everything.
I've heard like some of the places, is it like Target? They seem to be reducing the amount of films they're doing now.
I mean, Best Buy. I haven't been to Best Buy in a while though, but that used to be the place to go.
We used to have like supermarkets here used to do loads, but unfortunately they've moved out as well. We've got the Brilliant Bumpers movies here saying evening all. He says, what's your favourite Rennie Harlan movie? I don't know who he is, but I did like his singing. Yeah, oh no, he into singing music.
I've never heard of Rennie Harlan. No.
I haven't got a clue what he's done on my computer. Oh, I'm probably going to say Deep Blue Sea. It's the only one I can see so far. My computer won't let me look at his.
I think mine's Die Hard 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, I changed my pick to Die Hard 2 because that is better than Deep
Yeah.
Blue Sea.
I love Die Hard too.
It is underrated. It is underrated.
I've
I
only
do
seen
prefer
the
the.
first.
You've
I've
only
only
seen the first one.
Die Hard. Yeah, I've
The
only
fourth?
seen the first one.
Yeah. Two and three are worth a watch. Yeah, definitely.
I want to watch all of them.
Yeah.
Not the last one.
Maybe
that's,
not five,
That's
yeah.
pretty bad. That's a pretty bad one.
I still might watch it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might enjoy it, mate. Yeah, no worries about that. What about you, Adam? What's your favourite Rennie Harlan film?
I've never heard of the guy.
Never heard of him.
No, I don't
Nah.
know. Not sure on that
Nah.
one.
No,
I thought
I'm the same.
for a
I
second it
didn't
was
know.
an English thing, and I was out of the loop. But okay.
So, what have you got a favourite film, Jason, or not?
Gosh, I mean, I wouldn't say. I've seen Die Hard 2, so I can say I've seen it.
Yeah, that's fine, mate. And what about you, Mike?
Mine's definitely Cliffhanger. I love that film. Yeah, and I do have a soft spot for Deep Blue Sea as well. It's a lot of fun.
Sam Jackson in it is great.
I think I might have seen Cliffhanger.
Really?
Yeah, Sylvester Stallone.
Can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good film. That's the one with Michael Rooker in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rogue Review said since the refit, HMV in Cardiff has more movies than it used to. Oh, that's cool.
That's cool. That's cool.
Coral says Cliffhanger, is that R. Harlan? Absolutely. That's what Bumper says. Yes, he did. Coral says When the Wind Blows had me depressed for a week.
Don't like films
I
that
will
get
avoid that.
Yeah, me either.
So I watched Schindler's List to cheer me up.
Oh, God.
That's definitely not a happy film.
I can't watch
I did not expect that, Coral.
it.
Oh dear.
Oh god.
Bumper's movie said, When the Wind Blows at Threads Double Bill, what a fun Sunday afternoon that would be.
Yeah. I've heard Threads. Yeah. I've heard that's a bad one.
You could
Depressing.
start off a little bit early and put Watership down, and then you'd have a great triple bill.
I feel like Pete, you got a list of movies to watch. I got a list of movies not to watch.
I think I might start doing that.
Dr. Impossible said Threads had me contemplating the meaning of life minus Monty Python. What? I've never even heard of Threads before. What is it about?
Yeah, I think is it about like a nuclear war? Or it's like I've never seen it, but I remember talking about it in work like a couple of months ago. It came up that someone was talking about it, like, oh, it's like really like dark and depressing, like if a nuclear war happened or something.
Yeah. Sounds like a very depressing film. Right. Moving on. We have Bumper saying Coral saying to Bumper, don't challenge me. Right. The comments seem to be going very weird tonight for some reason. Right. DVD and film like Sister Bumpers, I've seen Thread and it's great. The film is grim as well. It's emotional, grateful, nothing actually came of the Cold War. Wow. We have Sean here from Media Collector Madness saying, hey guys, I'm currently in hospital waiting for an operation. Hope you're all well and good. Oh, sorry to hear that, Sean. I hope you feel better soon.
Get one soon.
Yeah, take care, mate. DVD and Film Book says, I hope you're okay. Bumper says, that's just level 1, Coral. Coral says to Bumper, if that's only level 1, I don't want to know what level 2 is.
Yeah.
Last Chance says, Last Chance Chair says, if you didn't watch it, was you watching the Emoji Movie instead? Every channel was showing it except Channel 5. Yeah, I didn't watch that. Nah. I heard like Channel 5 was just showing kids' films all day on Monday. Oh, cute dog.
She looks big on film. She's not that big. She's quite small.
Oh.
Got a big
Quite
ball.
big. Got long legs.
And a big bar.
She's a leggy blonde.
Just maybe. I guess so.
You got a leggy blonde in your bedroom, Adam.
The breath stinks a bit though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the greatest breath, no.
No.
I thought you meant me for a minute.
No, well, it didn't mean you.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't watch Emoji Movie. I'd see Stuart Little was on, which is always a classic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a good film.
Right. Dr. Impossible says, Andy, have you seen Warning Sign, directed by Matthew Robbins? An accident occurs in an ultra-secret government biological weapons laboratory spreading a sinister bacteria. 1985 movie, worth watch.
I don't know.
I've
Never heard
not
of it.
seen it. Not heard of it, sorry. Dr. Impossible.
Nah,
No, from-
I've never heard of it before. You heard of it, Mike?
Nope.
No. No of you, Jason, or
Nope.
Adam?
If Andy hadn't seen it, I probably hadn't seen it. I'll tell you that.
We've
Oh,
got
no.
Toon Army Steve here.
That's my dad.
Adam, is that your dad?
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
that's
Adam's
my
dad. He says Adam can't even watch the movie Hatchie, A Dog's Tale.
No,
Makes
I can't
Watership
watch
Down
it.
feels like a comedy.
No,
I can't. Is that an animated film?
No.
it's based on a true story.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's got Richard Gere in it.
all right.
I can't watch all of it.
No.
It's heartbreaking, that film.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't actually heard of it before, but for me, Marley and Me, that's
Yeah,
Oh.
Marley and Me's the one. Yeah.
No.
we've got the 4K Lowdown here saying, what's up, guys? Hey, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining. Next up, we do have, when the comment loads up, DVD and Film Bloke saying, actually, when I do watch When the Wind Blows, I plan to watch it as a double bill with the BBC documentary, A Guide to Armageddon, directed by the guy who directed Threads. Oh my, that does sound like a double bill. Oh. Dr. Possible says, Mick Jackson, yeah, The Bodyguard, and my favourite 1990s comedy with Steve Martin playing a daft LA weatherman. Ah, sounds good. LA Story. Never heard of it.
It's a good film.
Yeah, Martin Short. I mean, Steve Martin, yeah.
Yeah. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, quite a long time ago, but I remember it was pretty good.
Oh, that's cool. You heard of it, Adam?
No, I never heard of it.
There's
but-
lots of films on tonight that we've never heard of, but we'll be watching quite a few in the next few months.
I've got 130 to watch now.
You've been added to the
Yeah, I've got 130 in total.
Oh, man.
Don't worry, Adam. I think I've got about 2,000 to watch. I'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing with him finishing college. He's got time to watch them all now. But
Yeah.
we're not watching them. He's just adding to the list. So
That's normally how it goes.
Endless list.
yeah, it's an endless list.
Yeah. You buy
Is that a film?
buy a film, put it on the shelf, that looks good, and about 6 months later, finally get round to watching it. Or me, knowing 6 years. Ah.
But I'm impressed how you remember films like years later. Like, you know what your favourite Rocky is. Oh, I've not got a clue. Years ago. I don't remember that. I'll have to watch them again to figure out what my favourite one is.
Mm.
Yeah.
But I'm impressed how you've got a memory to remember these things.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. Are you dipping out then, Adam?
Yeah, I think I might go now, guys.
He's got plans for the
Yeah.
evening.
Okay.
I really enjoyed doing this, though. Hope to do it
No
again.
worries,
soon.
Adam.
It's been great
Absolutely,
listening
mate.
to you all.
Thank you for having me.
It's
been
been a
great.
pleasure, mate.
Nice to meet you all.
Oh,
You
I'll
too.
see you
Nice to
Friday.
meet you
You too.
too.
I met Jason before.
I'll see you Friday, Jason.
See you later, Adam.
Yeah, I'll see you Friday.
Yeah.
Nice to see you guys.
Nice to
You
see
too.
you.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh, that was great. Adam's really nice chap. If you haven't subscribed to Adam, his link is in the description down below. Go and give him a sub. Right, let's continue on with the stream. We've got some more comments here. DVD and Film Bloke. For some reason, I had a bit of a kick in the Cold War and what could happen. I watched all the protect and survive PIFs, and thank God the nuke didn't hit. Wow. Interesting turn for tonight.
Yeah.
We'll talk about next, or
The DVD for Film Bloke says because some of the voiceover suggestion was making out a fallout shelter of doors and suitcases. Yeah. Right. Edward says, who are you are going to see Avatar when it comes back to cinemas? I don't know.
No, I mean, I can remember seeing it in the cinema when it first came out, and I remember having a really good time seeing it. But yeah, I think I've kind of done that, so I don't really need to do it again. I think I will watch it again before the new one comes out, but I'll just watch it at home.
Sounds like the best thing to do. What about you, Jason?
so I was asking about the new Avatar movie, or
No, they're re-releasing the first one in cinemas.
oh,
I
okay,
think they're releasing it in 4K and all that sort of stuff. So would you go and see it again?
right. No, I never want to see it again.
Oh, brilliant answer. Andy?
Yeah, I won't go cinema to see it. I'll probably just watch it at home, same as Mike. Yeah, it's an okay movie. It's not the best. It's just a story. It's been done to death.
Yeah. I watched it when it came out on DVD, but haven't seen it since. But was going to watch it on Disney Plus, and then the crafty buggers took it off because it's coming back to cinemas. I see what you did there, Disney. Clever move. So I'll just watch it on. I think I've got the DVD, the extended edition, so I'll just watch that. I'm not in no hurry to go and rewatch the first one, but I do want to see the new one. I'm intrigued by that if it comes out this year. That is right. We got DVD and Film Bloke saying they're included as an extra on When the Wind Blows. I think most would recall that infamous closing jingle composed by Roger Lamb, who did the music of the few episodes of Doctor Who in the 80s. Oh, that's cool. DVD and Film Bloke says to Dr. Impossible, it was such a change of pace path for Mick Jagger. Mick Jason. Oh, I'm terrible with names. Right. Dr. Impossible says, What the Bodyguard, directed by Jackson, and I Will Always Love You, the song that never seemed to end back in 1992. Great singing voice, though, by Whitney. Yeah. And a great performance by Kevin Costner, or Costner, as everybody look. Edward says, what are you going to do 31 days of horror for Halloween? Are you going to do anything for Halloween for your channel, Jason?
What do you think?
Yeah. No, you're not a fan, are you?
What would be your
films?
No, October is like my least favorite month of the year because everything's horror, and I just hate all the horror movie commercials, and I'm just like, it's like I don't want to watch any of it. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's not for me.
that's fair enough, mate. No worries about that. What about you, Andy? Any plans for Halloween?
I might make a video about the movies I like to watch at Halloween, but other than- I don't think I've got the energy to watch 31 horror films over 31
Yeah.
days and make videos about them. But no, I'm the opposite to Jason. I love October. It's my birthday's in October, and
All three of your birthdays are in October.
yeah,
Yeah.
In fact, Mike and Andy, yours is like a couple days apart.
yeah, we're
10 days.
10 days apart.
Mm.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, I love autumn. I love Halloween. Every Halloween I watch Halloween 1, 2, and 3, back to back. So yeah, that's probably the extent of it.
Sounds good. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I try to watch like horror movies in October. I might do like a lot of like horror themed videos, like for my channel. I might do a lot of like ranking videos for like horror film series, like Friday the 13th, Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street, things like that. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Oh, sounds good. For me, excuse me, probably will watch some Halloween films. I've got to watch the second one. I keep meaning to watch the second one. Probably by next year, I'll be on to Halloween 3. Yeah, and watch some other horror films that I haven't seen. I've only just recently watched the first Friday the 13th. There's about 20 more to go. There's hordes of them, I know. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing some Halloween videos for the channel, a couple of horror film reviews and that, but it depends on if I've got the time or whether I know what to do, but we'll see. We'll see. Right, we've got Rogue Reviews here saying Troll 2 is the best good
That's
bad
it.
movie. Yeah,
I
I've
said
heard
Goblin. I meant Troll 2.
Oh yeah, Troll 2. Yeah, Troll 2.
But the town name is Goblin. That's what got me.
Yeah, it's goblin spelt backwards, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like
Nilbog.
Nilbog. Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, Nilbog.
Yeah.
There's no trolls in Troll 2. That's it. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Tim Jong-un Productions says, I'd like to throw Jupiter Ascending and any M. Night film after The Village as hilarious, so bad it's good films.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only M. Night Shyamalan film I've watched is Avatar. Yeah. That is bad, but I wouldn't say it's good.
Last Airbender.
Last Airbender.
Yeah. Yes. Rogue Review says they're eating her and them gonna eat me. Oh my god.
Yeah.
One of the worst lines ever.
Yeah.
It's so funny when he's saying that. There's like flies landing on his face and everything. It's so bad. Yeah,
it's hilarious.
Oh. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Andor? Have you watched it yet? We haven't seen it yet. We did talk about it earlier on in the stream. Dr. Impossible says, if you had a choice between Mission to Mars, directed by De Palma, or Red Planet, directed by Anthony Hoffman, which one would you choose and why? I would pick probably Mission to Mars because it's directed by a director I know, and that's about it. I've never seen either of the films though.
Same.
Andy?
I've never seen either. I've heard of both of them, but I've never seen either of them. I always get confused between Mission to Mars and Ghosts of Mars. Like I always used to get confused between the two of them. But yeah, like you, I'd probably watch Mission to Mars just because I've heard of De Palma.
Yeah. Jason?
Don't know either one.
And Mike?
I've only seen Mission to Mars, and I actually think it's a really underrated movie. I'd recommend that one. Red Planet, I've not seen, but I know it's got like Val Kilmer in it and Tom Sizemore, and I think they had like a massive like feud when they made that movie. They had like a big fight or something. But yeah, that's all. That's all I know.
Oh, sounds interesting. The special features must be good.
Yeah, but Mission to Mars has got a great cast like Gary Sinise, Tim Robbins, think Don Cheadle is in it as well. But yeah, it's a really, really good film, really underrated.
Oh, sounds good. Anything Brian De Palma sounds great to me.
Yeah.
Ash says, so what movie do you always find gets you choked up, maybe even shed a tear, that pulls at those heartstrings? Well, one earlier was Marley and Me, absolutely destroys me. But let me think of some other ones. Ooh. Have you guys got any picks?
Maybe the boy in the striped pajamas.
Oh, that
The ending to
ending.
that movie is rough.
Mm,
Yeah, it is rough.
yeah, it is. That film. I was a kid when I watched that, and I've seen that about 3 or 4 times. Yeah.
That's a movie you can watch and you can guess the ending. You can go, oh yeah, I think I know where this is going, and it goes somewhere completely different.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Jason?
quite a bit of movies. I feel like, I don't know if because I'm getting older, I feel like I cry more now at movies than I used to. I don't know why. It's more sensitive towards things. But even Endgame makes me cry every time I watch it, which might be unusual pick, but I don't know, it still gets me every time. And I've seen it 4 or 5 times, and I still get choked up watching it. And Spider-Man No Way Home gets me choked up quite a bit, in fact. During
I can get that.
Yeah, specific scene with Andrew Garfield especially makes me tear up. Yeah,
definitely. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I think I'd probably go with a recent movie, and I'd probably go with The Father with Anthony Hopkins. That movie's heartbreaking, and I think I kind of related to it as well on like a personal level. So it was even that more like heartbreaking for me when I watched it. But yeah, that's a pretty tough watch.
Yeah. What one can I think of? Up. The first 10 minutes of Up is absolutely destroying. Yeah. Most of the Pixar stuff, some of the stuff in that makes me cry. The scene with Jessie with the song with her previous owner, that gets me all the time. So yeah, there was one when I was a kid that used to get me a lot, and it was called All Dogs Go to Heaven, and I can't see that anymore.
Yeah.
There's a bit in The Sword and the Stone which gets me with the squirrels.
Oh, really?
It's just the bit with the squirrels is just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Oh. Most recently, $1 Million Baby made me cry, even though I knew what was going to happen. Oh, that's just heartbroken film. And Gran Torino did as well.
Yeah.
We've got DCR 80 Gaming here. Evening, mate.
Hello.
We have Scott back, and he says that's an awesome set of the Rocky movies. I think I was about 4 years old when I first watched the Rocky films. Wow. Watching them for the first time is definitely a fantastic experience.
Yeah.
I agree there, mate. Edward says you're looking forward to Hocus Pocus 2? Andy?
Yes and no. I mean, it's. I enjoy the first movie. I have a lot of nostalgia for that movie. It's definitely flawed. But yeah, the cast look as if they haven't really aged that much, to be honest. They just look like they've come fresh off the set of the first movie. But I'm hoping it's going to be good. As I don't want it to be like you coming to America 2. That was god awful. Like I just hope it doesn't go down the same road as that. But yeah, I'll definitely give it a watch. I just want it to be good.
Yeah. I can get that. Jason?
Not really. Though I saw Hocus Pocus in the theater when I was a kid, and I was a big fan of it when I was a kid. And then I rewatched it as an adult, and I thought it was really boring, and I didn't care for it. So now I'm kind of on the opposite end where I'm like, I don't care for Hocus Pocus anymore. When I used to love it when I was younger, but
yeah, that's That's good. I'm the same. I didn't mind it as a kid, but I haven't seen it in years, and I'm not really that fussed about seeing it. It is on Disney Plus, so I'll probably give it a go. But it wasn't one of those films that I really loved as a kid and used to watch a lot, so I don't have that much of an affinity to it. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same as you, Pete. I don't really have that much love for it. I never really liked it that much as a kid, so I'm not really that excited for the new one.
Yeah. Next up, we've got Scott saying, "Gotta go now, guys. Take care. Fantastic stream as always." Thanks, mate. Thanks for
Scott.
watching. You take care. We have the Jolson one here saying, "Hey guys, popping on to say hi and hope you have a great stream." Thanks ever so much,
Yep.
mate. Really appreciate it. We have Dr. Impossible here saying, "Is there a book you would like to see adapted into a film or TV series from the past or now? Give us some reasons why." Right. I'm trying to think. I haven't actually read a book in ages. No, not the Argos catalogue. I ain't been in Argos catalogue for years. I suppose it would make an interesting film, but no. Right. Well, what about you, Andy? Have you got any ideas for books?
I'm at a loss on this question, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So am I. Jason, have you got any picks?
Well, my pick was always The Wheel of Time, but they finally made that into a series on Amazon, and it's so terrible. I'm so disappointed with what they did with it on Amazon that I kind of wish they would do it again, but do it better. But that's a good question because they do a lot of the great fantasy series have been adapted. So I'm trying to think: has there been a good fantasy series that hasn't been adapted yet? I can't think on the top of my mind, but I'm sure there is.
I'm sure there is, but I don't read a lot, so I don't really know what's popular or not. I think pretty much every popular book that sells like 1 million copies, there's a movie studio behind it ready to snap up the rights.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't really read enough, so I don't really have an answer. All I would say is maybe if there's like a Stephen King novel that hasn't been made into a movie, I'd just say something like that.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I'd like to see a good version of Aragon. That film's dreadful. I'd like to see that be transferred. I think they're going to turn it into a TV series, somebody told me, so that could work out.
Right.
And I really wish that they continued on with the series of Unfortunate Events films, because they only did the first one and never did the rest, and I loved that film as a kid.
Yeah.
I love those books as a kid.
Yeah.
They were depressing, but I liked them.
Yeah, same. We've got James here from Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hey, guys. Hey, James. Hope you're doing well, mate. DVD and Film Bloke says, "See you in a bit. I'm off to watch Escape from the Planet of the Apes."
All right.
Awesome. Hope you enjoy it, mate.
Yep.
Rogue says, "Nowhere studying filth cinema, which was a movement in the early 70s, and John Waters was a pioneer of it, which films like Multiple Maniacs and Pink Flamingos." Yeah, I've heard of Multiple Maniacs. I think there's one called Polyester, is it, or something? That's on Criterion, isn't it?
That's another John Waters film, Polyester.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Yeah, but after Pink Flamingos, I don't think I'll dip my toe in any of the rest.
I'd stay away from Desperate Living as well. That's not a pleasant movie. Yeah. Another John Waters film.
I think I'll keep with his later films.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, "I miss Woolworths. Pick and mix sweets." I miss Woolworths, full stop.
Yeah.
Best shop on the high street in the UK. Every town centre and city died a bit when that shop closed. They had everything. toys, games, films, clothes, home living, everything. So good. Used to go in there on a Saturday morning. Used to go to the films, pick a film, pick some pick and mix sweets. Also was a cheeky little bugger and used to pick one or two to test them out to see if I like them or not. I think we all did.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I miss those days. Right. Rogue Review says Filth Cinema started out as a counterculture just after the Hays Code was abolished. It was young filmmakers purposely trying to test the boundaries of what was acceptable and what was not. Oh, sounds very interesting. That's cool. Rogue Review says if the rule of Filth Cinema is if you piss off the church, you have succeeded. Oh, right. Right. Tim Yong-un Production says, what are your thoughts on the films directed by Hayao Miyazaki and Satoshi Kon? They're probably my favourite directors working with the world of anime at the moment. Oh, I'll have to search these guys up. Have you heard of them, Andy?
I've heard of Miyazaki. But yeah, my knowledge of anime is very, very limited. So yeah, I can't really comment.
It says online that Satoshi Kon did Perfect Blue, which I did really enjoy. That was a great film. Hayao Miyazaki's like most of the Studio Ghibli stuff, like Spirited Away, My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, Ponyo. So both great directors. Awesome, and some great films there. Jason, what about you?
Yeah, I'm trying to start getting into anime a little bit lately. I just watched The Winds of, or what was it called? The Rise, something about the wind. I forget. I just watched
Wind Rises.
The Wind Rises. Is that it? Yeah. I just watched it the other day on HBO because HBO Max has Studio Ghibli movies on it. Anyways, yeah, and so I watched very few anime, and I really have a hard time getting into anime, and I think it's just a little slow moving maybe than I'm used to with animation, and they're not. I'm used to animation being comedy based, I guess, and I feel like anime is more drama based, so I have a hard time getting into it.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, definitely. So they're much more emotional based, more so than like your typical like normal Western animated. But one thing I like about them is that the majority of them are all hand drawn, and we don't rarely get hand drawn animation over here in the West anymore, do we? What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd say Perfect Blue for Con, and Miyazaki. I think I've only seen Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke, and out of those two, I liked Spirited Away better.
Yeah, great pick, great film. The Viva Drew says, just finished watching Galaxy Quest. It was a great film. Oh, so much fun.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's one film.
Speaking of Tim Allen.
Yes, absolutely. Great cast though. Sigourney Weaver, Alan Rickman. Oh,
yeah.
Such a great fun film.
Sam Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell, yeah.
Yes.
Justin Long.
Young Justin Long.
Yeah. 4K release, please, someone. Disney. No, Disney don't own it, do they?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No,
it's just because I'm always thinking of Tim Allen either with the Santa Claus or Toy Story, so I'm always thinking of Disney with him. Yeah. That's a great film. Love it. Good fun. Dr. Impossible says, what's the most overrated scene you've seen in a film, and explain why it's overrated?
Great scene.
That's one of the best questions we've had tonight.
Specific, yeah. A scene.
That's a hard one.
I think I've got one, but I don't think it's going to be a popular opinion.
You go ahead.
I'm gonna say the bank robbery at the start of The Dark Knight.
Oh, interesting.
It's good, but I don't think it's amazing. It's I still like it. Still think it's a great opening to a movie, but I don't think it's like, wow. The one in Heat for me is so much better. That bank heist, that shootout. You can tell Christopher Nolan took inspiration from that, but yeah, I feel as if I'm crapping on The Dark Knight a lot lately, but it's still a good film, but yeah, I think that movie in general is overrated, but I'll just pick that opening scene.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Jason, what about you?
That's a question you have to think about for sure. Because I'm thinking of overrated movies, and I'm trying to think, is there an overrated scene in the movie on top of my mind? But I don't know. This scene I'm just thinking of just now is from Gone with the Wind. The scene was so famous because at the very end, Clark Gable's character says, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn." Well, saying "damn" was like really a big deal back in 1939. It's not a big deal now. So
yeah.
I'm sure if you watch that now, you're like, "What's the big deal?" But it's the biggest quote of all time, probably.
Yeah, I can get that. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's definitely a question that you have to think about, and I know I'll probably think of something like hours later. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'd probably have to say something similar to what Andy said, like maybe something from a Christopher Nolan movie, because I think like a lot of his movies in general are quite overrated.
Yeah.
And there probably are scenes from them. I can't think of like a specific scene from them, but yeah, I think there are moments in his movies that can be quite overrated.
Yeah, I think I'm going to use a Christopher Nolan thing and just say Dunkirk. There's some scenes in that I thought quite overrated. I just wasn't keen on that film in general. I also think the finale of the Batman Dark Knight Rises, I think that's overrated as well. I just like the whole film is not a big fan of it, but it is a very hard question, especially to think of a scene. It's the scene bit that gets me.
Yeah.
Great question, Dr. Impossible. Rogue Review says HMV started out as a music producer called His Master's Voice that opened a shop on London's Oxford Street in 1921, as they didn't want anyone else to sell music they produced. Rogue Review said, would you rather watch the Emoji Movie non-stop for 5 years or watch Pink Flamingos once? My word.
I mean, I've not seen the Emoji Movie.
Me either.
So I'm just going to have to say that.
What about you, Andy?
I mean, 5 years is a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
5 years is a very non-stop 5 years.
Non-stop.
No, I'd probably watch Pink Flamingos once just so it's over and done with.
Yeah.
But, I've heard the Emoji Movie as an abomination. To watch that for 5 years straight, I think I watched Pink Flamingos once and just be done with it.
Yeah. What about you, Jason?
Well, I'd probably go with the Emoji Movie. I haven't seen it, but I don't. If Pink Flamingos is disturbing, it sounds like is what you guys are saying. I don't want to watch something disturbing, I guess. So.
It is hard. It's a hard question, I suppose, and talks of it. But you can either watch rubbish for 5 years or just watch that for 90 minutes. I'll just watch Pink Flamingos and get over it. I'll probably close my eyes for most of it and just listen to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Next question we have got. Oh, here we go. Dr. Impossible says Threads is about a family in Midlands who partially survived a nuclear holocaust. The BBC made Threads. The British government wanted to ban the BBC made drama in '84. Oh wow. Rogue Review says I'm a massive Russian history nerd and I can confirm that USSR was more afraid of us than we were of them. Dr. Impossible says War Games was another BBC drama series that caused great controversy in the 60s, directed by Peter Watkins. The film predates Threads about a UK nuclear attack. War Game. Dr. Impossible says, so Pete, will you do a Halloween stream special? Now that is a funny thing because I was actually thinking of that today. I was in Greg's today and I thought, well, you know what, shall we do a Halloween special stream? I should do. But yeah, the week of Halloween, I'll just have a look at it. That's on the... Yeah, we could do a Halloween special on the 26th, talk about horror and stuff. And I'll try to watch some more horror films for the time so you can ask us some horror questions. So yeah, sounds like a good plan. Next up, we have Marvel fan here saying, hey guys, how are you? We're not doing bad. Hope you're doing well, Marvel fan. Thanks for joining. Dr. Impossible says, have any of you seen a good kitchen sink drama from the 60s? A good gritty British drama, Mike or Andy? Pete will say, never seen one. Would Coronation Street count? Oh. You got one, Andy?
Does Saturday Night and Sunday Morning count? Because that's a good film. Albert Finney.
That popped up, that did, actually, on Google. So yeah, that counts.
Yeah, there's a bit in that that's really, really quite funny because I think one of his neighbors is like this grumpy woman, and her husband's trying to get to sleep, and they're all arguing outside, and her husband is like he's like working night shifts, and he's just like shouting all the time. I think so. She comes over and she's like starts telling them off, and he just pulls out his BB gun and shoots her. It's so funny. It's quite a real film. The movie is about it's pretty much about like the whole introduction of the contraceptive, the pill.
Yeah.
Well, that was what was it hit at the time. So yeah, it does touch like on some serious notes, but it is a good film. I quite enjoy it.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Jason, I'm going to gather you don't know what a kitchen sink drama is.
I'm confused by the whole question, to be honest.
Mike, you got one?
Not really, no. Yeah, I can't really think of anything. I think the 60s might be like one of my least favorite decades for movies, especially like British movies. I think the only British movies from the 60s I can think of would be like Hammer horror movies or James Bond.
Yeah, all the Carry On films.
Yeah.
Is Vera Drake a kitchen sink drama? I know it's not from the 60s. It's
Yeah,
from
I'd
the
say
noughties,
so.
isn't it? Yeah, that's the only one I can think of when it comes to the kitchen sink drama. Oh. Right, we have Rogue Review saying there's a book about World War II veterans set in New England called Heroes. It explores trauma and how lives have been burned from winter severely. The film guy named Francois who lost most of his face. I'm surprised there's no film, yet it would be a good psychological film. Marvel fan said, did anybody pre-order Clerks 3 on Blu-ray? But apparently the Blu-ray release is the 5th of December, 2022. Not too far away. Hope to see it at the weekend, but I'm glad to see it's getting a Blu-ray release because Dogma hasn't. Apparently Harvey Weinstein's trying to sell the rights for that for $5 million so it can get a Blu-ray release, which is shocking.
Wow.
Yeah, but glad to see it's got a getting a Blu-ray release either way. What about you, Andy? Will you be getting it?
Yeah, I like the first two movies, so I'll probably pick the third one up. Maybe, hopefully, we get a box set with all three in. That would be what I would probably prefer.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think the second one's available on Blu-ray over here.
No, I don't think it is.
No. What about you, Jason? Are you a fan of the Clerks films?
I've never watched them, but from what I heard, they sound like movies I wouldn't like. So seems like there's kind of some disturbing dialogue in it. It seems like maybe.
Yeah.
Lots of
I
F
can get
words,
that.
maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, if they release like a box set, like a Blu-ray box set, I'd get them because I've got the first two on DVD. But yeah, if they release like all three of them in a box set, then I'd get that.
Yeah, hopefully they do. No doubt they'll probably announce that after the Blu-ray of 3's come out about a couple of months later. Next up, we had Marvel fan watched Thor: Love and Thunder last week. I liked the movie. The only problem I had with the movie is the scene with the goats. I find it so bloody annoying.
Yes.
Yeah. The goats were annoying.
Who thought that was a good idea?
I don't get the goats. I really don't.
I mean, Taika Waititi probably came up with the idea, but surely they did like a screener or something, or they had like some test screen, and then they asked you questions like, "What do you think about the movie?" And surely someone said, "Get rid of the stupid goats," but I don't know. That's what I would have said.
They should have done. Or less of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Russell Crowe in that film, he sounded like what's his name, Jared Leto from House of Gucci. I was expecting him to go, "It's me, Mario." He didn't even sound like Zeus.
That was such a weird performance, I thought.
It was. He was just really hamming it up, and he didn't seem right for that film. A lot of that film I did like, but the screaming goats, every time I saw him on the screen, mute button.
I don't know what it was about that film, but I thought whenever there was someone playing a god in that movie, I just thought, you're a horrible person. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
The one who's really horrible is Christian Bale at the beginning, and then Russell Crowe as Zeus. I was like, why do people worship you? You're just a horrible people.
Yeah. You could kind of understand what Christian Bale was going for and kind of rooting for him in that way.
They were just mean. I thought they were just mean-spirited characters. They were just like, thank God Thor's not like that, but yeah.
No, I'm thankful he's like Mr. Bean in this film and not a horrible person. But I don't know. Thor: Love and Thunder is a strange one to me, but yeah. Hopefully the next Thor will be less comedy and a little bit more better. We have David Beach here saying they need to release a Legend of Zelda movie.
I agree.
Yes, they do. They do.
Why haven't they?
I don't know. I gather
for a movie.
It is. I gather if this Mario movie with the Illumination Studios does well, we may see one. But Nintendo's very protective over their properties. I say that, they released Super Mario Brothers in the 90s, so there you go.
And we haven't had another one.
Yeah. But there was a thing going around on Facebook saying something about Tom Holland would be the perfect Link. No. No, too much Tom Holland these days. Yes, I do agree there. He's no Nathan Drake, though they want to say he is.
No.
Dr. Impossible, Argus Skylock. Yeah. We've got Alan here, Alan Scouser. Watched the new Elvis biopic. I was not impressed. Too many bloody montages, too many bloody jump cuts. Geesh, my video review will be pretty scathing, but fair. Yeah, I'm definitely on the same camp as you, mate. I'm looking forward to watching your review. Sorry you didn't enjoy it.
Oh, I can't wait to see that review.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah,
I'm
can't
looking
wait to see
forward
that,
to
Alan.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, all right, Alan, Elvis was a hard watch for me. Yeah, I can understand that. Edward says, what's your favourite Reese Witherspoon movie? She was in Walk the Line, weren't she?
Yeah, she won the Oscar.
Yeah, that one. And I also liked a film from 2014 called Wild. That was a cool film. Yeah. And go on, throw Legally Blonde in there as well.
I quite like that film.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind it. So, Andy, what are some of your favourite Reese Witherspoon films?
There's one that came out, I think it was about 2015. It's called The Good Lie. So it's pretty much about like these three brothers from Africa that come to the US, and she gets them jobs.
Yeah.
Like working at like supermarkets and like factories and stuff like that. It's a good film. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, there's one that I think it was her first film. I think it's called The Man in the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
A really, really good sort of like I don't think it's like a period movie, but it's like a 90s movie, but it's like set I think early in the century. But it's a good film that I quite enjoyed. Freeway is a great movie with her and Kiefer Sutherland, and yeah, I think they're pretty much my favorite ones.
Some great picks there. Yeah. What about you, Jason?
Yeah, the first movie I thought of was Walk the Line, and he said that's definitely got to be up there. There was a romantic comedy in the 2000s called Just Like Heaven with Mark Ruffalo, which I actually quite liked.
Yeah, I think I can remember that one. That one's pretty good.
And most romantic comedies aren't good, but I like that one.
Yeah. To be fair, I have quite a soft spot for romantic comedies. I should be like, yeah, I'm not going to watch them. And yeah, one's on TV, I could sit and watch one. Like, yeah, that was entertaining. I remember the one called This Means War with Tom Hardy in it. That wasn't too bad either. Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I like that. The Man in the Moon, the one Andy said. That's she's really good in that. Just like considering, I think she's only like 12 or 13 when she made that movie. And I really like. There's a movie called Election. It's like a high school comedy.
That one's great. Yeah.
With it, it's got Matthew Broderick in. That's a really good movie.
Never heard of that one. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one, especially with Matthew Broderick in. Awesome.
Yeah.
Right, we have Marvel fan here saying also watched Shang-Chi a couple of months back. I forgot to mention that I want to thank Mike and Andy for recommending it, and I enjoyed it. That's good to hear.
Well, you're welcome.
I couldn't have recommended it because I've not seen it.
No, yeah.
Gave you some credit.
I thought there was a look of confusion on Mike's face.
Yeah. I was thinking like you haven't seen most of the new stuff. Right. Dr. Impossible says, I did like the real Elvis in a slightly underrated Elvis film from the late 60s, plus the film had the song Rubber. Am I back? I
Yeah.
disappeared for a second.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit. But
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, internet's playing up. Yeah, but I haven't heard of that Elvis film before. Dr. Impossible says DreamWorks owns Galaxy Quest, but DreamWorks is owned by Paramount. Ooh. A Paramount Plus exclusive TV series coming soon, I imagine. I better not give them any ideas.
Yeah, idea.
Pete, I'm just gonna have to take a bathroom break for a minute.
No worries, no worries. See you in a bit. Alan Scouser says good kitchen sink drama is Up the Junction, starring Dennis Waterman and Susie Kendall. Yes, I do agree. Great film and great song by Squeeze. You seen it, Mike?
No. I've got to be honest. I've not really heard of that term, like kitchen sink drama. Like I've never actually heard of it before. So yeah, I don't know a lot of these movies.
Yeah, I have heard the term before, but it's just like not one you hear often. I
No.
guess it's just like a family drama that's set in Britain and just follows like normal everyday lives.
Huh.
It's basically just a soap, but put onto the cinema, I suppose.
Right.
We have Peter here, standing silent, saying, "Coro, are you still there?" I don't know if Coro's there, Peter. Dr. Impossible says, "A Taste of Honey was a solid kitchen sink drama. Good choice, Alan, with Up the Junction." Cool. Peter says, "Dr. Impossible, I watched Wild in the Country a while ago. It was good. I love the more ridiculous, more sort of musical movies with Elvis, but I'm glad he got to do at least a few more serious ones as well."
Huh.
Yeah. I know Brett from Walk On Always Believe sent me one. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a Western and that's a more serious film from Elvis. Looks quite good, but unfortunately I haven't seen it yet. But Elvis done hordes of films in his lifetime. I think he's done about 30 plus films.
Yeah.
Right, Dr. Impossible. So was Richard Harris and Rachel Roberts in this Sport and Life rugby? Violence on and off the pitch, and William Hartnell plays Harris's father. Brilliant film. Oh, never even heard of it. You guys heard of it? Oh, what do you think of it, Andy? Or haven't you seen it?
It's a movie I've got, but I've not watched yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You heard of it, Jason?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it, but
Right, next comment is Marvel Fan says, we're just releasing the first Clerks and Clerks 3 on Blu-ray. I'm still hoping that Clerks 2 and Dogma Blu-ray releases soon. But the first two Clerks movies are released by Paramount Pictures. Yeah, it's to do with the Weinstein stuff. They own the rights. Even though Kevin Smith made the film, he owns the rights, and that's a shame what's all going on there. He might sell them off. And hopefully Kevin Smith can buy him back in some form or another. Right. Pete says, I don't need to see that new biopic. I don't know what that means.
what is it?
No. Biopic a bit. I've never heard of that word, Peter. Have you created a new word in the English dictionary? David says, what do you think of the 3 Johnny English movies? It wasn't much for storage. I prefer the first one and the second one. I like the first one. The other two, not that bothered about them. Started off as like a Barclaycard advert, didn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it's amazing, but they're funny enough, harmless enough, but they need to stop after the third one, I think. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, the only one I've ever really went back to was the first one. That's the one I've seen the most, but I can take or leave the sequels.
Yeah, I definitely feel the same. Jason, have you heard of Johnny English?
Yeah, Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah. You seen them?
Yeah, I've seen 1 and 2. I didn't know there's a third one.
Yeah, I can't remember what that one's called, but that came out about 2 or 3 years ago.
I feel like he's starting to get kind of old for the film. I don't know.
Yeah.
Isn't
He
he?
must be getting on. I think he's about 60 odd now.
Yeah. And he's trying to play a British, like, secret agent kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen Rowan Atkinson too much lately, I don't think. But I loved him in Bean and stuff, Mr. Bean, and you know, it's such a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I like Rowan Atkinson. It's like anytime he does. Well, I know he did this show called Man vs. Bee, I think.
Yeah.
Yes,
Which I haven't
on
watched
Netflix.
yet, but I have to watch that on Netflix, I think.
Mm.
But he's a funny actor.
Yeah, he is. He was in a film called Rat Race, weren't he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Such a funny film, that.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? Have you seen the Johnny English films?
I've not seen the third one. The second one, I haven't seen that since it first came out in the cinema. I saw it at the cinema and it was empty, like empty cinema when I saw it. Yeah, the first one's the only one I've seen more than once, and they're okay. I don't mind them.
Yeah. There's a kind of an odd state of affairs where we've got big films that still haven't received a 4K version, but the third Johnny English film has.
Really?
Yep. Marvel fan says the third Clerks movie is released by Lionsgate. Awesome. Right. Dr. Impossible says Wild in the Country is pretty decent. Elvis was very good in Flaming Star. Yes, I have seen that one. That's a good one. A Western directed by Don Siegel of Dirty Harry fame. Yeah, that was a good film. Flaming Star. Many years ago, I've seen that. You guys seen Flaming Star?
No.
Peter says that new biopic about Elvis. There's still so many old films starring Elvis I still haven't watched. There's some good ones out there, man.
Yeah, I'm starting to see them. I think on Max they've been putting a lot of Elvis films on there. A lot of Elvis concerts also.
Yeah, I think because like with the new film, they're trying to get more interest, so they're bringing out like hordes of stuff. I noticed they're doing the concert now in HMV, the 68 comeback concert on DVD, but it's like 13 quid. Peter says, I picked up Man in the Moon, the one Andy mentioned on DVD not long ago. Cool.
It's a cracking film. Yeah. Dr.
Impossible says, check out Stand in Silence, Elvis in Speedway, epic fun. I think I've heard of that one. Pete says, when someone says made that movie, it sounds like they're talking about directing a film to me. Pete says, Dr. Impossible, I have Speedway and an Elvis box set. I'll try and watch it. Awesome. Hope you enjoy it, Pete. Alan says, Mike, Ken Loach is a great kitchen sink producer. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of Ken Loach. Yeah.
Yes. You don't find him in B&Q. Oh, that's a terrible joke. Cara says, Cara's in the house. Where did Andy go? Andy's here. Never mind. There he is. Oh. Alan says that Elvis biopic should have been called the Colonel Tom Parker story. Haha. It feels like it.
That's my main criticism of that movie.
Too
much
Elvis takes it. Yeah, he takes a back seat in his own film about himself.
Yeah.
It's a film I could rant about, and if I called my mum in here, we'd be here till about midnight. Dr. Impossible says The Vanishing Man has returned. That's a film in that. There's a film in that. Oh. Marvel fan says we need a new series of Mr. Bean or even a third film. It'd be nice, but I don't think that'll ever happen. Do you think?
I think he's like Johnny English. I think he's too old now to play Mr. Bean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's kind of a childish character. I don't know.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we need a series of Mr. Bean getting his pension, do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Edward says, "What's the one movie you're looking forward to in 2023?"
Probably Dead Reckoning.
Mission Impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot. That looks good.
Yeah, because I think after Mission Impossible 3, those movies have gotten better each entry, which is a rare thing.
Yeah, this is going to be a two-parter, isn't it?
Yeah. So if it's anything to follow suit, and if it it could be on par or maybe even better than Fallout, I'm game for that. Absolutely.
Surely this is going to be like
And
his last.
after,
Yeah.
Can you keep making these into his 70s?
He's getting on a bit now, Tom Cruise, isn't he?
I would
He's been
think.
making movies for like 40 years, hasn't he? So
yeah, he still keeps doing his old stunts, so don't he? Miraculously.
Like 60.
But
I don't know. Somewhere in the 60s, I think, by now, right? Or
Yeah.
must be.
I don't know how old he is. Yeah,
I don't know. He's getting up there.
he's 60. He's 60 exactly. Wow.
Yeah. Because Risky Business was what, like 39 years ago? I think it was 1983.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 39, so yeah.
That was a fun film, Risky Business.
Yeah, he did Taps before that, I thought.
Taps, yeah. I think that was 81 Taps, yeah.
Yeah.
It's come a long way. You wouldn't have thought in 40 years' time he'd be doing these action films, jumping off buildings and all that.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah. I heard that the second film of Mission Impossible actually got stopped production for the most daftest of things: a herd of goats. Apparently they had to stop it for like a day or two because there was just hordes of goats where they wanted to film and they had to round them all up.
Wow.
Are they screaming?
They might have been. But yeah, looking forward. I agree with you. Dead Reckoning looks good. Can't wait for that. Hopefully it'll be like Maverick and it'll be another stellar performance from Tom Cruise. Yeah, that is an incredible film as well. Jason, what about you?
John Wick Chapter 4 is the one I thought about. I love that series. I'm ready for some more. Again, Keanu Reeves is like in his late 50s and he's still doing his own stunts and stuff. It's like insane.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one as well. That's going to be a lot of fun. I think John Wick trilogy have been a really fun trilogy in itself. Yeah, the third one weren't so good, but it's still great. And I'm looking for the cast in it. Donnie Yen as well.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hopefully it'll be worth the wait because it was delayed a year, wasn't it? But I have trust in them. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, both my two choices have already been mentioned: Dead Reckoning and John Wick 4. I was a little bit disappointed in John Wick 3, so I'm hoping 4 kind of is a bit of an improvement. And also, I will have to say Indiana Jones 5 as well. I really want that movie to be good because I love that original trilogy, and I just want one more really good movie. The less said about the fourth one, the better.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I'm looking on Google now for like some of the films, and yeah, I do have to agree with like Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning, Indiana Jones. Apparently, June Part 2's out next year, but I honestly
Okay.
don't think it will be.
Right.
If it is, cool. I'll look forward to it. And we got Fast and Furious 10 next year.
Really?
Awesome.
Oh man.
Yay!
Yay. I honestly don't know where they're going to conquer next. Are they going to drive fast cars under the sea?
Well, he always has a secret family member. It seems like in each
Yeah.
last couple, it's like, oh, now I got this family member you never knew about. Now I got this one. It's like, what's next?
Dom's family is like off the set of Coronation Street. They're always one popping out of the woodwork.
I know. Or this character died. Now he's back, and it's like, what? I don't know.
Yeah, the series is completely lost from where it was about street racing. Now it's just like, I don't know. It feels like, what is it, like Action Man, the film franchise or something? It's just so daft, but they're entertaining. The last one wasn't so much, but hopefully they can get it back on track. Pardon the pun. Dr. Impossible says, Andy, did you ever see a film called The Last Embrace?
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
You heard of it, Mike?
Yeah, it sounds familiar, but no, I've not seen it.
Jason?
Not by the name. Doesn't sound familiar.
Same.
I need more information.
Right. Alan says Andy has a great movie collection there. Absolutely.
Oh, cheers, Alan.
Dr. Impossible says, fucking hell, Pete, you've seen Up the Junction, Pete. Revelation time. Yes, I've actually seen a film for once. Cara says, watch the British war adventure movie Ice Cold in Alex today by J. Lee Thompson. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and Anthony Quayle's Afrikaans accent was very well done. Haven't heard of it. You guys heard of it?
No, it's lost on me, that one.
Yeah, I'm totally lost.
Peter says these live streams feel kind of kitchen sink to me.
Okay.
Is that good or bad?
The kitchen sink is actually only over there. Peter says, especially when you hear Playtendoguy's parents shouting in the background. Oh, dear. Yep. Especially when my dad comes in for food or something or mentions absolutely something ridiculous. Oh, dear. Or you got the lawnmower man next door. Dr. Impossible says, guess what, Pete? I've got the fireworks going off right now. Sod the neighbours.
Wow.
Oh. Celebration time. Fireworks. You're excited for bonfire night, I presume. Actually, to be fair, our Tesco's already got fireworks in now, and it's like just under 2 months from fireworks night. Rogue says, how many Criterion Collection releases do you own? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Off the top of my head, I don't know a number, but I don't have that many. Maybe about 8 or 9. Not too many. My favorite one I've got is probably the Godzilla set.
Ooh, that's nice.
That thing's gorgeous. It's just a pain to put on display.
Is that long booklet one what opens up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's just a pain to display.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
You got that, Mike? The Godzilla set?
Yeah, I've got that set. Yeah, it's massive. It's like a huge book. Criterions, I think I probably have about 20, so not that many. I only really tend to buy them when they're on sale, but it's not very often that they're on sale.
Yeah, same here. Jason, have you got any Criterions?
I don't have any Criterions. Does the Criterion, it adds what, new artwork? Does it add anything new to the Blu-ray or whatever?
I think there can be sometimes like new remasters, can't they, of like the movie? But
Or some exclusive, like the Netflix films, like Irishman, coming out.
Yeah.
They're the only place you can get them.
They'll
I mean,
chuck in
what's-
like a load of special features as well.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering what's the buying point, I guess, of Criterion.
Yeah.
But they add stuff to it.
Mm.
Okay.
But they're
Yeah.
very expensive when they're full price.
They're more expensive from what I've seen. And I mean, it looks like they have cool artwork, is what they do on it, but on the covers. But yeah, I haven't bought one. No.
Yeah. I've got about 6 or 7 of them. So yeah, a few. I definitely will not be getting loads of them, especially at the prices.
No.
But they're nice sets. I did get the Marriage Story one the other day, and I did open it. And as you said, there's like notes from each of the
Yeah.
characters. I thought that's
It's
a
a-
nice touch.
It's a great one, the Marriage Story one.
Yeah, really give that a watch over the weekend. And I got Okja, the Bong Joon-ho one,
Yeah.
about the little
They
pig
picked that one up.
or the big pig.
I love that film.
Oh, I watched the trailer of it, and it looks really good. Tilda Swinton's in it. The guy from Walking Dead, Glenn. I thought, yeah, look forward to watching that. Should be good.
Yeah, it's got a really good cast.
Yeah. Oh my days, there's a massive spider in the kitchen. Terrifying. Just hold on a
Start talking.
second. There's a massive spider in this kitchen. Like massive. Like over there.
Where?
Over there, look.
Well, I picked the bloody thing up. I've got to get it off the wall.
Wow, it's huge. It's a big one. Doctor Impossible says it's Peter standing silence, being a cheeky bugger.
Got it.
Oh,
Sorry.
she got
Dead
it.
on the floor.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
don't ask me to pick the bloody thing up, because I don't like spiders.
I don't like him, but you know I get petrified. Thank you for your spider removal service.
I better pick it up. I'm like digging up. Right there. Well, things I have to do.
Only on live streams.
Where this little thing.
Oh,
You
Peter
know why?
says Dr.
Come in
Impossible
because the
her.
door's out.
Yeah. Oh yes, I forgot to say. Rogue says Magnolia is Tom Cruise's best
Cruise.
performance.
It's up there. Yeah.
Got it?
No, I do not want it. That's why. Oh, make my skin crawl. Oh.
I don't look spiders.
But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, Magnolia, isn't that a Paul Tom Sanderson film? Can you see it?
Yeah, it's a great film.
I think it's 'cause the
Magnolia.
door's been
Yeah.
out.
It's about 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to get it, and then I decided not to, and I kind of wish I did get it now.
The who hates spiders themselves.
Dr. Impossible says Born on the 4th of July was Tom Cruise's best film. It's one of the best.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's his best performance. Born on the 4th of July. Like, he's really throwing everything in that film.
So don't ask me to pick them up.
Yeah, that was like the first really
Yeah.
Oscar role that he did.
Yeah.
Where he was like, I don't know if you call him like a pretty boy actor, then it
Yeah.
turns out he was actually a good serious actor as well. But yeah.
Yeah, because he's not pretty in that film.
No,
No.
No.
that's true.
What was it now? A Few Good Men he's really good in,
Yeah,
I think.
I just bought it.
Oh,
Awesome.
that's great Blu-ray.
Just bought it
I love
yesterday.
that
Blu-ray.
Alan Scouser says, what's the one movie in your collection that you have watched the most of? Or which film in my collection have I watched the most?
It's probably Back to the Future or Batman '89 for me. I've lost count how many times I've
Right.
watched those films.
Yeah, that is a good pick. I'm going to say Spider-Man or Spider-Man 2 for me. I know I've seen them loads of times. Like when I was a kid, I used to watch them multiple times a year. Or Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl. That was another one that I watched a lot. So either one of them. Jason?
Yeah, I'm gonna answer the question, then I'm gonna have to go.
No worries, mate.
So, the one that comes to my mind is Star Wars. To be honest, any of the original trilogy, I used to watch like crazy when I was a kid, and I still watch them. Seems like all the time. It seems like once a year at least. I'll watch them. So, I definitely have to put that in there. But yeah, thanks for having me on, Pete. I'm sorry I have to go because I have to work in a little bit.
No
so.
worries, mate. It's been
I
an
really
absolute pleasure
it.
having you on the stream. We'll have to get you
Appreciate
back
you
on
having me
again
on.
in the future.
Okay, thank you. It's nice seeing you, Andy and Mike.
Yeah, you too, Jason.
Been watching you guys for a
Yeah,
while.
you take
so.
care.
All right, bye.
See you after.
Bye, Jason.
See you, mate. Oh, that's great to have Jason on as well. If you haven't subscribed to Jason, again, his link is in the description down below. Go and give him a sub. He's a top guy, as is Adam. What about you, Mike? Your answer.
Probably The Empire Strikes Back. Like as a kid, that was the one Star Wars movie that I had that movie on repeat. So yeah, I'd have to say that.
That is a great pick. Yeah. I think the Star Wars film I watched most as a kid was probably Phantom Menace, mainly because how much I loved Jar Jar Binks as a kid.
Yeah, I loved him as a kid. I thought he was the best thing about the movie when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore.
I still don't mind him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate him. I don't really hate him the way other people do, but yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the better characters in the universe.
Yeah.
Dr. Possible says for me anyway. Peter says Alan Scouser for me, probably Aliens 86. Great pick there, Peter. Vanilla Sky. Haven't seen that, but definitely want to. Comments have gone weird. Rogue says, I'm looking forward to Killers of the Flower Moons for 2023, Martin Scorsese's new film, and it may be his last time he'll ever work with Robert De Niro. Wow.
I thought that was coming out this year. I thought it was like the end of this year, but maybe it's next year.
Yeah, I haven't even heard of it before, but yeah, Robert De Niro, Martin Scorsese, yeah, sign me up for that. Sound good. Dr. Impossible says, huh? Right. Pete says, Cora, does Vanilla Sky resonate strongly with your own life? Aliens does not resonate with mine. Okay. Trust Peter to bring what's all this talk about non-porn, by the way? I'm sure you'll deliver the goods. That's probably not the best way to describe it, but there you go. Marvel fan says, does anyone know why Mr. Bean keeps pissing off the driver in that blue car? Oh.
I think he's just always in his way, isn't he? I think that's normally the case.
So, yeah.
Oh, it cracks me up, that blue car. Just like whenever it shows up, he just gets pissed off with it and ends up leaving it in a bad position.
Like tips over, yeah.
There's like have you seen the episode where he's playing golf? And there's like a bit where he's like trying to hitch a ride, and the blue car stops for him, and then he ignores him, and then puts his phone back out again.
Oh, yeah, I can remember that.
Yeah.
There was also an animated show as well, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never watched that.
It kind of frustrated me because there isn't really any audible dialogue in it, even though you don't really get any in the live action stuff as much as you'd like, but that has like next to no audible dialogue in it. The cartoon one.
Yeah. by Minions. It's a wish. Right. Alan says, do you guys agree that is very frustrating trying to find slip covers online? I have a few Blu-rays for which I cannot find a slip anywhere.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think, Andy?
I hate it when I'm trying to buy films in a series and I've got a slipcover to one, and you order it online, and I'm like, oh god, I hope it comes with a slip, because otherwise it's just gonna throw everything out of whack. So yeah, it does get frustrating. Yeah, agree with Alan on that one.
Yeah, I do agree. It does kind of feel like when you buy a film, especially a new release one, if you want the slip with it, you got to buy it early. I know some like Belfast and Last Night in Soho, the slips sold out really quickly.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think like Andy says, if it's a series of films and some have slipcovers and others don't, that can annoy me. But I try not to get too bothered about slipcovers. Like if I get a movie and it doesn't come with a slipcover, I won't like go out of my way to try and find it. I'll just live with it, because I try not to get too like bothered about it.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. I ordered a load of 4Ks from eBay. 3 of them arrived yesterday. None of them came with the slip, but I wasn't that bothered, to be fair. I mean, yeah, it would have been nice, but it's not the be all and end all. And got the films for a good price, so it doesn't really bother me. But I do agree with you about the film series. Get all the MCUs with slips, and then 1 or 2 hasn't got one, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Right, we have Cora saying, I'm looking forward to Righting Wrongs in November when it hopefully gets discounted and I can finally watch Cynthia Rockwell kick some ass. Fuck yeah. Okay, what film is that? And Cora, I'm intrigued.
I think I'll be picking that up. It's like a Hong Kong action movie from the 80s. Never seen it, but it looks good.
Sounds good. Yeah, it definitely does. Andy says, what's everyone's favourite horror character and superhero? I'll say my favourite superhero is probably Spider-Man, just at a pinch. Well, I'll say Spider-Man for Marvel, Batman for DC. Favourite horror character, I'm probably going to say Freddy Krueger because he's hilarious in some of the films. What about you, Mike?
Superhero is probably Batman for me. Horror character, I do quite like Jason. I just think he's cool, really cool villain.
Great pick. And what about you, Andy?
My favorite superhero is definitely Batman. And favorite horror character, I'm probably going to say Peter Vincent from Fright Night.
Ooh. Yeah. That goes over my head because I unfortunately haven't seen it yet.
That's a wrong you need to right, Pete.
It's gonna be sorted.
Yeah.
Definitely by Halloween I will watch it. Oh, I did watch Wild at Heart last night, and Willem Dafoe in that was terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Carl says Vanilla Sky doesn't resonate with my own life, but I thought Mr. Cruz was very good in it. Tom Cruise was also great in Rock of Ages. It's a lot of daft fun, that is.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says a good Ken Loach thriller was Hidden Agenda from 1990, set during the Irish Troubles and the shooting of an American journalist. Brad Dwarf plays the journalist with Brian Cox and Francis McDormand. Oh,
Good cast.
I think I've heard of that one before. Sounds good. Review says the Welsh government has been cracking down on fireworks recently. Yay, no fun for me. Wow. Alan says while that Tesco Pete is breaking the law selling fireworks before the 15th of October, how are they getting away with it? Unbelievable. Honestly, don't know. I'll have to tell them next time. But yeah, you buy fireworks. So I'm pretty certain the Asda has as well. Alan says those bloody fireworks that sound like nuclear bombs. Hate them. Yeah. Oh, we have fireworks going off in the summertime, Alan. We even get them like 2 or 3 in the afternoon when it's daytime and you can't even see the fireworks. Marvel fan says, has anyone pre-ordered Reservoir Dogs 4K Steelbook? I heard it got 4K, so that's cool. But no, I didn't know you could get that pre-ordered yet. I think it's American only at the moment. Don't think a UK release date's been announced. But artwork looked nice. And I probably do need to pick it up because I haven't seen it. Dr. Impossible says, sod the Welsh government. If it was me, I'd protest with fireworks from the top of the Welsh Assembly building, V for Vendetta. Okay. Peter says, I almost only ever buy boutique stuff when they're on sale. Same here, mate. I don't pay full price for them. Alan says fireworks should be confined to just public displays. They cause a lot of distress to pets especially. Yes, I do agree with you about the pets there. Yeah. Carl says, I froze up just now, Pete. Hearing Pete talk about some spider, I dreamed of those demon spawns tearing my flesh off while I'm asleep. Peter says, kitchen sink drama in Playtendoguy's kitchen right here. Yeah, definitely so. Kitchen sink drama, yes. Playtendoguy with the spider, yes. Couldn't get more kitchen sink than that. Edward says, what's your thoughts on James Bond's producers saying the next 007 is 10 to 12 year commitment?
Well, the way things are going at the moment, like 10 to 12 years, you'd probably only get about 2 films out of that. Like the way that they're just taking so long to release them all. So yeah, if they're going to commit to a time like that, they've got to do at least 3 or 4 movies.
I agree with you there, Mike. There should be at least a plan, so when they release one film, they've got the next one lined up and at least partially shot for about 2 or 3 years' time to get a good amount of films out, because I don't know when we're going to get the next James Bond. This one was more or less completed 2-3 years ago, weren't it? No Time to Die. So you'd thought they'd had plans for the next film, but no. Strange. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I'm kind of just done with James Bond, to be honest. At the minute, I wasn't impressed with really any of the last films. But yeah, I don't know, 10 to 12 years. Back in the day when, when it was Connery and more, you were getting one every 2 years. That just seems like that just seems so far away. That sort of turnaround for James Bond movies at the minute, because we're getting one like every 5-6 years.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't get what the problem is. I know it's all probably like a rights issue, and I know they had issues with the last couple with changing directors and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I've not really been impressed with James Bond of like.
Yeah, I don't really know where they can like take it anymore as well. Like I don't know what they can do differently. And I think in the sort of the world we live in now, there's like a lot of stuff that back in the day, like you just wouldn't be able to get away with a lot of the stuff now and with James Bond, like they did in the older films.
Yeah. Like if they said right, we're not going to do any more James Bond films, I'd be happy with the way it's left. I'd be like, okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, stop. But to carry it on, I think is just weird. No. Like I can't see, like you, Mike. I can't see what they would do or what they would bring to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Time to Die was, whether you like the film or not, closure and ending for the franchise. It felt like a perfect end for the franchise. And where can you go from there? And it will be baffling for viewers, especially if they say, "Oh, coming soon, new James Bond." It's just like, well, after that, how? But there you go. There was rumors that they're going to go back to the 60s, which could be cool, but I don't know how they're going to pull that off. And again, what happened in the 60s Bond films could never happen these days.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But 10 to 12 years is a long time. Hopefully they'll get a decent amount of films for it. And hopefully we'll get some info soon, because I would have thought, whilst No Time to Die was delayed because of the pandemic, they'd be getting ready for the next film with the next Bond. But it seems like they've just been sitting with their hands on the hands, not doing nothing, which is a shame.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, I'm shocked no one's seen Ice Cold and Alex. No, we haven't. So it says, kitchen sink drama. What have I missed? Haha. There was a spider in the kitchen, and you know what? I'm like, with spiders, so we had to get the spider removal service in, aka my mum. Exactly, Dr. Impossible. Peter says, Soph, it's British kitchen sink drama at its worst. No, that's Emmerdale, Coronation Street. Dr. Impossible says, closest bloody stream down there. Soph says, hi. Peter says, streaming live right here, right now, out of Playtendoguy's kitchen. Dr. Impossible says his kitchen sink drama with a rubber duck. Oh no, not kitchen sink drama. Haha, Soph says. Right, here we go. We've got Alan saying here, one day, guys, I'm going to do a big rant video about idiots who like to let off nuclear-like fireworks weeks before Bonnie Night is even here. The worst are the midnight bangers, not the old bangers. Yeah, that'd be an interesting video, Alan. Yeah, be up for that.
Yeah.
Definitely. Look forward to that one. Road Review says Killers of the Flower Moon was delayed by 3 months. It was meant to release in December this year. All right. Is that coming to cinemas, or is that going to Netflix like The Irishman did?
I think it might be Netflix. Possibly.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Dr. Impossible says, Alan, you want to come to Bodmin? There's some bangers down here, and it's not the fireworks. Coral, bangers, Dr. Impossible. Think we'd have to inform Dr. Peacock. Alan says, same here, Andy. Really hoping the slip does come with that film. Yeah. Bangers, Coral, cars. Soph says, hey guys, by the way. Hey Soph, hey Jason, hope you're both well.
Hey guys.
Marvel fan says, the episode I enjoy Mr. Bean is where he's in the fairground. The scene always cracks me up. Spirit with the nappy. I feel sorry for the guy who had the nappy in his face.
The bit that cracks me up in that episode's where he gets on the roller coaster and he won't let the guy sit next to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We got Peter here saying, I used to make fun out of people who obsess over slipcovers, and then I've somehow ended up obsessed over them myself. It's always the way.
I used to hate them when they came on DVDs. I used to get rid of them. Hated them on DVDs, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
I quite like them on Blu-rays, but I hate them on DVDs. Yeah.
When I was a kid and used to buy DVDs, I used to honestly search for ones with slipcovers. I didn't even know what they were. I just liked them with slipcovers. I used to.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want that from? No, I don't want it because it ain't got a slipcover. We're going. Can we go to Asda and see if they've got it? Oh, they've got it with a slipcover. I'll buy it from Asda instead. Yes, I was a strange child. Bradley says, "Hey guys, hope you're well. Any tips on best places to find used copies of US Blu-rays at an okay price? Just ordered a multi-region 4K player and have a long list of must-buys." Oh wow, glad to hear you bought a multi-region 4K player, mate. The only real place I can think of is eBay.
Same. eBay or, well, I'd say Amazon, but you probably won't get a good price. Maybe Amazon.com direct.
Yeah.
If you go to them direct, but shipping can be quite expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only problem.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. eBay's the only real place I can think of, but hopefully you'll get a load of films in your list, mate. So says, I would not call Batman a superhero. He's more of a vigilante.
Fair enough.
Peter says, I like most of the characters, X-Men characters from the 60s, 70s, and 80s comic books. Yeah. Or the X-Men cartoon series from the 90s. Now that was awesome.
Yeah.
Bradley says, chasing slipcovers is a slippery slope, in my opinion. You'll end up looking at all your Blu-rays that do not have slipcovers. I think it depends on the film. For me, if it's a film that I really like and I know it comes with a slipcover, I'll want it with a slipcover. But if it's a film that I'm finding cheap on offer, doesn't come with one, hey ho, I picked it up cheap. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Peter says, Radley, lol, well, not necessarily, but I can see your point. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, what's the most wanted criterion you would like to have that you haven't got?
Maybe the Fast Times at Ridgemont High one.
Oh, yeah.
I've not got that one. I've just got standard Blu-ray of that.
I was umming and ahhing about that one. I don't know what to make of that. Is that a good film or not?
Yeah, it's a good film. Yeah.
With the
Definitely.
Criterion one.
Sean Penn.
Yeah. I was going to say definitely for Phoebe Cates in that film.
Yeah. With the Criterion one, you get full male nudity in it as well. I think it's the first time you can actually see it in the movie, if that's what you're interested in.
Yeah, fair enough. What about you, Mike? What was your most wanted criterion?
Probably something like the Before trilogy, but it's just always so expensive.
Yeah, it's a nice set, but it's like 40 quid at the moment. Normally 60, and it is way too much.
Yeah, even at 40, I think it's just a bit too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was 30, I could.
Yeah.
I could pull the trigger on it, but yeah, 40's a bit.
Yeah, it is a bit too much. For me, it'd probably be Punch Drunk Love. I want to get it from a local HB. They haven't got it. They haven't got it on Amazon, so I'm gonna have a look, see if I can pick it up on eBay. Also, wouldn't mind getting Eraserhead. I don't know why, but I didn't mind that film, and I'd like to rewatch it, even though it'll probably be a bit of a odd experience again. But that's quite expensive. That's about 20 quid or 25. Rogue Review says there's a load of US criterions such as Blue Velvet and Silence of the Lambs I'm planning on getting soon. That's cool. I do think the US Criterions has a better selection than what we do over here. It's,
Yeah, definitely. I think it's more of a it's much bigger in the US. The Criterion they seem to get all sorts, but we just don't get half as much as they do.
oh, that's a shame. Because I've seen videos of people going, "Oh, I've got this on Criterion." It's like, wow, is this available here? No, it's not. I was like, oh, damn, if it was, I'd have got that.
Yeah.
It's like majority here is like just Wes Anderson stuff. All his catalogue is on there, and I think like John Waters, a lot of his is.
Yeah.
Right. Radley says, Stan, I'm just as bad, if not worse, with steelbooks. I'm not a big steelbook fan myself. I only get them if they're cheap. Coral says, Stockton Impossible, the Bruce Lee box set from Criterion. Wow. I didn't even know they did a Bruce Lee box set. America? Is
Yeah.
it? That's a shame. I agree, Dr. Impossible, good choice. DVD and Film Bloke says, I'm back and I was pleasantly surprised. I really enjoyed Escape from the Planet of the Apes. That's good to hear, mate. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah. The next one's a hard watch.
Alan says, is there any truth in the rumour that Michael Myers is going to take out 24 firemen single-handedly at the beginning of Halloween Ends? Oh.
Wasn't that the beginning of the last one?
Hopefully it's a change of tone with Halloween Ends and it does deliver a good end to the trilogy, but I don't know. We don't seem to know a lot about the film, do we? Which is a good thing, to be fair. DVD and Film Bloke says, I don't know whether or not to be excited for Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. Yeah.
It's just not a pleasant movie to watch. I loved it as a kid. It was like my favorite Planet of the Apes movie, but it's got too much torture in it for me.
Yeah. I really like the first half of it, like all of it with Richard Malterbon. I love like the first half of the movie, but the second half not as much.
Yeah, it's really, really uncomfortable. Some scenes in that movie. Really, really like unpleasant to sit through.
Yeah.
Just with all the it's just all the torture stuff and the way the humans treat the apes. It's really fucking nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I can remember what you're talking about with that one.
They just treat them like shit. And it's just like, oh, fucking hell, that's all you need.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah. Carl says, Dr. Impossible, I have the medium rare UK box set, but the 4K transfers look pretty ugly to me. Hope the Criterion box set has better colour grading. What about you? Right. Radley Stark says, Pete, I don't know how to message you on here, but any tips for RPGs that can only be played on Switch and are worth getting? I have a high-end PC, so looking for Switch exclusives. Well, if you got Instagram, mate, you can message me on Playtendoguy on there. But RPG only for Switch. Well, there's Live Alive. That's only just come out. That's a really cool old retro RPG. Octopath Traveler. There's another one. It's a strategy RPG. Triangle Strategy, but they're both coming to PC. You've got all the Xenoblades. You've got some Pokemon ones. The new Pokemon Legends Arceus is very good. There's Persona 5's coming very soon, and there's some Dragon Quest ones as well, which are very good. If you message me over on Instagram, just put Playtendoguy, I'll give you a full list of stuff to get, mate. Or I might even do a video on some RPGs for Switch. But if you ever need any help, just message me, mate. I'm always here. DVD and Film Bloke says that Coral, I agree. Despite Enter the Dragon only having a HD transfer, it's a lot better than the rest. Oh. Alan Cora says, damn, I thought Mike already did that in Halloween Kills. To be fair, he decimated half the town. Alan says, buying fireworks equal watching your money go up in bloody smoke. You're right there. Yeah, that's true. Radley says, Fist of Fury and Enter the Dragon so far above all Kung Fu films ever made. It's not even funny. Yeah. Enter the Dragon's great. I don't think I've seen Fist of Fury. Yeah. Soph says, if it was Spider from Corrie, then he can come into my kitchen. Haha. Dr. Impossible says, can't be any worse than peeing alcohol out of your willy. Oh, God. You think how much booze goes out of the bladder every day. Drink companies are laughing their heads off. I'm suppose you're right there, Dr. Impossible. He is. Slightly strange perspective there, Doctor. Dr. Impossible says, willy. Haha. Carl says, just so you'll know, I'm really trying not to start talking about porn. Well, you're doing a very good job, Cora. I'm proud of you. Alan says, favourite Peter Parker girlfriend. My favourite is blonde Gwen Stacy. Shame what happened to her with the Green Goblin. Not a fan of MJ.
I'd probably have to say MJ just because of the Sam Raimi movies. I just really like him. I'm not a comic book reader. But yeah, I just like Kirsten Dunst in those movies.
Yeah, I'll get that. Mike?
Yeah, I'd have to say MJ as well, just because I'm more familiar with the character from the movies.
Yeah, I'll have to say MJ as well, though I'm kind of leaning more towards to Zendaya because I do like her as MJ in them films, but Kirsten Dunst is great too. But yeah, I haven't read like the comics to know too much about Gwen Stacy. I only know her from like the two Amazing Spider-Man films, but she was a fine enough character. Just needed more time to be developed, I think. Dr. Impossible blames the almond slices. KOFM is both. It's getting a limited edition release, but will be a Netflix similar to what Irishman got. It's a part of a Scorsese deal with Netflix. It will probably get a Criterion. All right. Thanks for telling us that, Rogue. Peter says, Cora, I found this audio interview with Lisa DeLue. I'll send you the link if you want. Ooh. Cora says, very kind of you, but I have to decline. Pete says, Alan Scouser like Gwen Stacy and Deborah Whitman. I haven't even heard of Deborah Whitman before.
No.
Alan Scouser says, well, if chasing slips is a slippery slope, then I'm prepared to take the rough with the smooth. Love my slip covers, especially for my favourite movies. Yeah. Radley says, yeah, go for it, Alan. I'm the same with Steelbooks. Yeah. Peter says, yeah, 90s animated X-Men is awesome too, but the comic books are a different thing and they definitely have a special place in my heart. Oh, that's cool. I definitely want to get into comic books, but I don't know, I'm always struggling with reading. Not that I can't read, it's just that I just can't be bothered. I'm lazy. Rogue says, I'm considering purchasing Paths of Glory on Criterion, but it's a US exclusive, but it has more special features than the MOC release, but has the same restoration as Eureka. Just bought the restoration. Rogue says, I was considering buying FTRH, Fast Time Ridgemont High, on Criterion today, but bought the Blob over it. Blob's fun. Steve McQueen, good film.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, Bond had it. Could you see Liz Truss as a female Bond? Oh. Don't make a joke, Pete. Don't make a joke. Move on. Radley Stark says, "Okay, what franchises can you watch all movies back to back and never ever get tired of it?" Hellraiser and Saw for me. Good picks for franchises there.
Maybe the Terminator, but just the first two. I could watch those two back to back, like on repeat.
That's good. That's a good pick there. What I'm thinking of the whole franchises. I can think of Back to the Future, yeah, and Indiana Jones for me.
Yeah.
Andy?
I think for me, like if it's a franchise that's not a trilogy, that there's more than 3. The ones I can watch them all back to back, no issues. Lethal Weapon. And just watch all 4 of those back to back as one big long movie.
Yeah. Good franchise. The first one's kind of a Christmas film. I kind of class it as a Christmas film, the same way as people class Die Hard as.
Yeah.
Carl's saying FTRH, Fast Times at Richmond High, yeah. DVD from Filmblock says, "I don't know whether or not to wait for the Criterion Blu-ray of a Razorhead to drop down in price or track down the old Universal Blu-ray." I didn't even know I had an old Universal Blu-ray. I suppose that'd be cheaper. Peter says, "Radley, you actually like the Hellraiser sequels post Hellraiser 3. Did you guys see the new trailer for the new Hellraiser film? It doesn't look too bad.
It actually looks well made for once, whereas I feel like the last few movies just look really trashy. But this one actually looks like it's been, like it has a good budget to it.
Yeah, I'm sure Clive Barker's in on it as well. And after Prey being surprisingly good, I have high hopes for this, highish hopes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully it'll be good. I'm assuming it'll come to Disney Plus as we don't have Hulu over here.
I assume so, yeah.
Yeah. Who would have thought Hellraiser film on Disney Plus?
Yeah, doesn't sound right.
Alan Scouser says, "Yes, Mickey Myers did kill all those fire bobbies in Halloween Kills. I was just joking about the new film." Yeah, but I can understand that, man. After Kills, you never know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Rogue says, "My most wanted Criterion release is either the Godzilla box set, which is 150 quid, but I also want the exclusive Bergman collection, which is $160. Wow. Radley says, "Stand, yes, I like them all. Deader is excellent, so is Bloodlines and Inferno. Judgment is fantastic." Cool. Alan says, "Pete, I'm not a fan of Steelbooks either." Radley says, "Steelbooks getting all the hate tonight, Lols." That being said, I like them for games. I have hordes of them for games. So I would gather a good quarter of my games are Steelbooks because I've either got them for free or in a nice edition. I just think Steelbooks are like not worth paying extra for. If they were the same price as like a standard release, then I'd probably get them. Rogue says, "The problem with Criterion is they entered the UK market too late in 2016 as most of the licenses were out of hand to other labels, so Criterion couldn't release half their catalogues over here." Ah, right. I always thought Criterion was a thing that's been going for quite a long while.
Yeah.
DVD and Phone Bloke says, "Yeah, from what I understand, Conquest of Planet of the Apes is the only one that was PG in the States. The rest were G for some reason, and it was heavily cut to get it. The Blu-ray is uncut."
Yeah. Yeah, there's a scene in it that's brutal that was cut, and it's back in on the Blu-ray.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's quite tempting to get the box set. Alan says, "Yep, Mike, he did it. He did that in the last one. I was just joking."
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, "I wonder if there's a Planet of the Apes movie with a happy ending."
There really isn't. Like
No, I don't think there is. I'm thinking about it now. I can't think of one.
even like the last one, Battle for the Planet of the Apes, it's kind of got a happy ending, but at the same time, it's still kind of sad or kind of dark.
Yeah. Thinking about it. Unless Disney do like a kids Planet of the Apes TV series, we will not be getting happy endings anytime soon. Radley says, "Cheers for the RPG tips, Pete. Appreciate it. No worries, mate." Alan says, "What do you guys think of Japanese horror films like The Ring, The Grudge, and etc.?" Want to go first, Mike?
Yeah, I love them. I think for the most part, they're some of the scariest movies I've ever seen. I don't know, Japan they really know how to scare me. Yeah, most of the ones I've seen, I really like.
Yeah, I agree with you there. There's some great films there. They know how to do psychological horror as well. But Dark Waters is a very good film. I think that's very much
I love that
paranoia.
film.
So well done.
Yeah.
I got that one called Pulse. That's supposed to be pretty good as well.
Yep, that's got some pretty creepy moments. Yeah.
Oh, I look forward to giving that one a watch. What about you, Andy?
Yeah. Just some of them freak me out. I've seen clips of The Grudge, and I'm not sure I want to watch that because it just looks so terrifying. But the Ring is really good. Like I really like that film.
Yeah, they're good films. Definitely better than, shall we say, American horror now. Like what we're getting, the modern stuff. The Japanese stuff seems to be much more better. There's a few good Japanese horror games as well. There's like Project Zero. That's absolutely terrifying. Also, you can count Silent Hill and even Resident Evil as they were Japanese-made games. Cora says, "I love how Pete completely comes to life when he starts talking about games. Makes my heart." Yes, it's a subject I actually know something about. Radley Stark says, "I prefer the American remakes of The Ring. Sacrilege, I know." Oh, no, if you enjoy them, mate, that's the main thing. Rogue Review says, "I still don't get why The Blob is on Criterion. It seems like a weird choice. It would have made much more sense on 101 Films." Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. Or on Arrow, I suppose, in a way, because it's like an old sort of cheesy horror film, but this has got a physical release.
I wish they'd put the remake on Arrow. I think that would be a great Arrow release for the remake.
I haven't seen the remake. I don't think there's a Blu-ray over here, is there, for the remake?
Not over here, no.
That's a shame.
I got mine imported.
Alan says, "Favourite Carry On movie?" Mrs.
I like Screaming. I like Up the Khyber, and I like Cleo.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I do agree with you about Screaming. I think there's one called Carry On Doctor, which I didn't mind. Carry On Camping, of course, for that iconic moment. And there's a few other ones that I don't mind, but I honestly can't remember what they're called. There's so many I can't remember what they are. But there's a good selection in the 60s and 70s that are good. What about you, Mike?
I don't think I've seen like a single Carry On movie in full. I think I've seen a bit of one. I think it's like set during like historical times because I think we watched it in a history lesson for some reason once in school. I don't remember which one it was, but it was set like during the Tudor times or something like that. But yeah, they're not really my cup of tea, to be honest. Those movies.
Yeah, I can understand that. Dr. Impossible says it's a passion choro. It's like Oliver Cromwell giving an impassionate speech. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I wouldn't go that far, Dr. Impossible. Radley says, what's your controversial opinion? I think Mads is an utterly awful Hannibal. Every Hannibal in the movies, all three, blow him out of the water. Wow. I honestly loved him in the show. I mean, he's one of my favourite actors, but yeah, fair enough. I do get where you're coming from. What's your controversial opinion, Mike?
I'd probably have to just go back to the whole sort of Christopher Nolan thing. I think he's quite an overrated director. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. What about you, Andy?
I think I've mentioned mine. I think maybe it might have been last week or the week before, but I just can't stand Daniel Craig as Bond.
Yeah.
It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I can see where you come from there. What's my controversial opinion? I don't like the Goonies. No, just not a fan of it. That's the only one I can think of. But again, haven't seen it since I was a kid, but just could not gel with it as a kid. DVD Film Bloke says Screaming, but really enjoyed Cleo as well. They're entertaining. Cora says Dr. Impossible, I could listen to Pete talk about games all day. Well, maybe not all day, but definitely 5 minutes. Thank you, Cora. I feel blessed. Dr. Impossible says Carry On Up the Jungle for me. I can't remember that one. I think there was one where they were on a boat, they went abroad. I can't remember which one that one was, but that was quite good. DVD and Film Bloke says Carry On films are all up and down, and the rank films are really mixed. Don't lose your head, Emmanuel.
They certainly don't hold up to today's standards, the Carry On films.
No,
They've
they
never
don't.
ever been made at all. Just the too risque. I think with the humour is very sort of like some of the men in it are a bit perverted, shall we say? And it just
Randy old gits.
Yeah,
essentially.
It just wouldn't fly today, that humour.
No. Kate says Deborah Whitman. I mean, yeah. Honestly, never heard of her before. Rogue Review says, do you think Scorsese's deal with Netflix was a good idea as the cinemas releases of the films from the deal are only limited to a few days in big cities? I don't know. Would the films do well in cinema? They obviously did very well for Netflix. I know The Irishman did very well for them, won loads of awards for the Netflix, so I don't know. I think at the end of the day, as long as it gets a physical release, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
So everybody can watch it. Dr. Impossible says, I feel Pete would make a great politician, Minister of Gaming. No, I don't think politics is for me. Definitely don't want to go down that line. DVD and Film Bloke says, never seen the show. Only Hannibal I know is Brian Cox and Anthony Hopkins. Yeah. Dr. Impossible and Pete, Liz Truss has great legs.
Fair enough.
Yep. I've seen it on TV. I never noticed. I don't think I really wanted to either, but I never thought I'd hear that on the stream tonight. Bradley says, DVD, you're blessed, mate. I like Mads, but he's a terrible Hannibal. Yeah. DVD Film Bloke says, I imagine. Pete says, Bradley, I liked Hellseeker, but I probably need to rewatch those others and seen the ones I've never seen. DVD from Film Blitz says my favourite is actually Brian Cox. I think Hopkins is a bit pantomime-y. Shoot me if you wanna. That's your opinion, mate.
I mean that the one with Brian Cox, man, that's a great film. It's just an awesome movie, but it gets overshadowed by Silence of the Lambs, I think.
Yeah, Silence of the Lambs is one everybody talks about every time. But there's some good films in the series. Bradley says there's some real gems in there. Can probably check them out cheap now. Yeah, I'm hearing that one or two of these Hellraiser films, I don't know which ones, aren't that bad. I see there was a YouTuber called Joe Blow, and he was talking about one of the Hellraiser sequels being actually a really decent film. So, probably worth checking them out. DVD from Film Bloke says, mind you, since Fox now owns the Regency Library, Natural Born Killers is on Disney Plus. Everyone's favourite family film. I do have to admit, scrolling through Disney Plus and it's like, what to watch tonight? And you got something like Chicken Little, and next to it you've got, I don't know, Face Off, and I'm just like, wow, tonight's sorted. Alan says, great to hear Clive Barker is going to be in the next new Hellraiser film. Yeah, he's apparently working on it. He's greenlit it and all sorts. And he seems to be impressed with it. So hopefully it will do well. Radley says, Hopkins was put in a weird position as they made him redo Red Dragon, so lost continuity. Yeah, continuity. I got there in the end. DVD from Filmbook says, I only have one steelbook and I try to keep it protected as best I can. Yeah, with steelbooks, that's another thing. If you order them online, especially with raw mail, they can get dented quite easily, especially if wherever you order them from don't package them right. So, yeah. DVD from Filmbloke says, yeah, but even in Silence of the Lambs, I mean, he's just far from bad. I just find Brian Cox creepier. Yeah, he is very good as well. Everybody obviously remembers Anthony Hopkins. Cora says, I finally saw some Doctor Who for the first time last weekend. Doctor Who and the Daleks, and Doctor Who, the one made after Doctor Who and the Daleks. Awesome. Doctor Who and the Daleks is pretty good, so I hope you enjoyed it. It's Daleks Invasion, whatever AD. DVD from Filmbook says to Radley Stark, I mean, I think Silence of the Lambs is a better film, but then Manhunter, but Cox is a better Lecter in that film. Alan says, I've heard there's going to be a fourth Conjuring movie. If it's anything like the last one, I may well pass.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it. It was all right. Had a great soundtrack.
Yeah.
Also, I have quite a soft spot for Vera Farmiga. I quite like her and is it Patrick, whatever his name is? Their relationship as the couple are really good and make the films watchable.
Yeah.
Right. Rogue Review says, ever watched an episode of The Criterion Closet? Watched the John Waters episode where he states that The Blob was the film that that made him want to make films. Oh, that's cool. I have seen a couple of them. I watched the guy from Twin Peaks. I can't remember his name now. Kyle MacLachlan.
Yeah.
I've seen him, and I'm pretty certain, is it Minnie Driver? I'm sure I've seen her as well. And Paul Dano. They're quite interesting, but half the films they pick out they don't actually have in this country, so...
Yeah.
Radley says to DVD bloke, Cox is a great Lecter. I honestly think Manhunter is overrated, but Red Dragon is much better.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
I like Red Dragon.
Four-hour mark. Dr. Impossible says, man, love Daleks Invasion of Earth 2150 AD. Those pepper pots look great in that new restoration. I bet the colours do look good. Alan Scouser says, do any of you guys have a favourite silent film, or are you just not into them?
think mine's probably The Artist.
That's the only one I can really think of myself. I didn't mind it. It's a pretty good film, but never really dived into silent films. Mike?
I like some of like Charlie Chaplin's stuff. I think my favorite one's The Great Dictator, but that's not silent. But my favorite silent one is probably Modern Times. That's a pretty good movie.
Oh, that's good. That's cool. Dr. Impossible says, "What's good about Red Dragon, Radley? Do tell." DVD and Film Bloke says, "Carry On Henry, that one was okay." Carl says to Alan Scouser, "There's a shitload of silent movies I love, too many to list." Cool. Marvel fan says, "Was there plans for a Carry On Blu-ray box set?" I think we were actually talking about this time last year, but we ain't heard nothing about it.
No.
Box set would be very expensive, almost as expensive as a James Bond 4K box set, I assume, especially if it's done by network. I should imagine it'd be £100 quid, if not more, 200. Alan says, "Just brought The Descent and The Descent 2 on Blu-ray. I must admit, though, I do prefer the first one to the second one. You guys fans of it? Haven't seen it, but I've heard good things." Andy?
Yeah, I recently watched the first one last week for the first time, and I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good. 7 out of 10, maybe. Yeah.
That's good. I didn't even know there was a sequel.
Yeah, I've heard it's not as good.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, same really. I've seen the first one. I thought it was it was pretty decent horror movie, but I've not seen the second one.
Bradley says, "Pete, just to clarify, I love the Hannibal TV series. I just think Mads is a very bad Hannibal." No worries, mate. That's an opinion. But yeah, I could kind of get where you're coming from there. So somebody did tell me before he kind of just plays himself in it a bit. I don't know whether that's right, but I can kind of see it. I think.
Sorry.
Go on. You go.
No, I think the thing is with him, it's just a different sort of take on the character. I mean, I try not to compare him to like Anthony Hopkins or Brian Cox. It's just his own interpretation, and it's different. But I still think he's really good in the show.
Yeah,
it's just a different take on the character.
It is a different take. I just think like Mads Mikkelsen's always got this like screen present whenever he's on the screen. You pay more attention to him than whoever's on the screen, shall I say?
Yeah, I think he's got this creepiness to him, like, but also like, I don't know, like he's quite unpredictable in the show. You don't know whether he's going to shake your hand or he's going to kill you. You just feel like it could go either way because he's just so creepy in it.
Yeah. So some of the scrapes he gets into in that show is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Peter says, "I recently picked up Phenomena on our window box, and I only have one more window box. But now I kind of feel like I'm trying to get those other 25 window boxes that are out there." Oh.
I picked the 4K that up today.
Phenomena.
Yeah.
You went for the normal set, not the Creepers one?
Yeah, no, I got the normal one, so now I've got all of those the 5 Dario Argento ones. And those
nice sets,
they're all matching boxes now. Yeah.
You got them all 5 of them?
Yeah, I think I've got the 5 of them now. I just hope they do Inferno at some point.
That would be good. That'd be good. Bradley says, "Stand, I would help you out there if I only knew what our window boxes were."
It's like the old packaging that they used to do. Yeah.
Yeah. I know Keith from Euphoria Pictures has pretty much them all, don't he? Bar 1 or 2?
Yeah, I think he's after Zombie Flesh Eaters. But I think there's only like 500 of those in existence.
Wow. Alan says, "Andy, I can see where you're coming from. The Daniel Craig movies, I have never seen them, and I have no desire to see them either. I only like Connery and Moore's Bonds."
See, I
Yeah,
mean, all the previous actors to play Bond, I can get some enjoyment out of watching them, but it's a different type of enjoyment from each actor. Like, I like Connery because he was like the first one. He's like sort of the serious one, and I guess George Lazenby was brought in like as a stand-in because Connery didn't want to do on Her Majesty's Secret Service. And then with the Roger Moore ones, those movies have a massive comfort factor for me. Like they're just easy watches. You can put them on in an afternoon on a rainy day or whatever, and just have fun. And Roger Moore's a fun actor to go on those adventures with in those James Bond movies. Timothy Dalton is my favorite Bond. I love those two movies. I think Pierce Brosnan was really good in Goldeneye, but those movies sort of steadily get worse as they go on. But the Craig ones, I just don't get any sort of enjoyment from them. I don't know what it is. They don't click with me.
I can definitely get that. Now, I'm going to be a bit controversial and say that he is a bit bland as Bond, Daniel Craig.
I kind of think he lacks charisma.
I was thinking the same thing, yeah.
He just, I don't know what it is. He's a bit wooden as Bond, I think.
Yeah.
But he's not a wooden actor. I've seen him in other stuff, and
he's good.
He's great as Joe Bang in Logan Lucky. Like he's having fun in that movie, but yeah, they're a bit of a chore to sit through those Bond movies with him.
I do think like the Craig era tries to be too ultra serious, and it's probably backfired a little bit. There's not the fun in it anymore, shall we say?
No.
Peter says to you, Andy, how many Arrow window boxes do you have?
I've got 2. I've got Battle Royale and Maniac Cop. They're the only 2 I've got.
What about you, Mike?
Got Maniac Cop and Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. I think that's it.
Nice. I don't have any window boxes. Carl says, Stan, hope you didn't get it for the transfer, because Peter says, Carl, I also have the more recent Arrow of Phenomena. Puts thumbs up. Alan says, thoughts on the new Star Trek Blu-ray and 4K releases, the Shatner ones?
Not got them. Not seen the 4K transfers for them.
I've heard good things, especially for the first film. It looks really good, especially the new one they released this year. But it's just the prices of them, like the box sets, and then there's that £70 or £60 box set. It's just too much. Probably best if you want to get them all, Alan, just wait for a sale on them. Bradley says, okay, stream services, Crimes Against Society. My wife logged into her daughter's Now TV account and I started watching Sopranos. Brilliant. No adverts every 5 minutes. What the fuck? Yeah, that's one of the best things about streaming is no adverts. There seem to be more and more every day. The viewer Drew says, good news, just finished Drag Me to Hell. It was a really good horror film. Great to hear that, mate. Radley says it's a great film. Radley says Peter's steaming through the comments tonight. Good move, in my opinion. Thoughts he probably just wants to finish level 22762 of Mario before bedtime. No, I think I'd probably play some Splatoon before bed, but no. Alan says, would any of you guys like to see a remake of a classic disaster movie? The Tailwind Inferno, Earthquake? I definitely wouldn't.
Yeah, I can agree with Alan on that.
Yeah.
Create some new stuff. Don't remake stuff. It's just the easy way out for Hollywood these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, maybe I think a more 70s sci-fi I think would be good for a remake. I think a remake of, say, Soylent Green could work.
I think it could, yeah.
Radley says, love Descent 1 and 2, had them both. Somehow missed that comment, Alan. Did the director Dog Soldiers do the Descent?
Yeah,
Oh,
the first one. Yeah.
that's cool. I'll have to check it out. Alan says, when you think of silent films, you immediately think of Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. Laurel and Hardy as well. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Rogue says, I appreciate silent cinema more than actually like it. Yeah, I can get that. DVD and Film Bloke said, the problem is with most remakes, they play it safe, they rehash the original, and the originals are often perfect as they are, so you can't really do much.
Yeah,
that's true. Maybe if they, this is another word for a remake, reimagine it, like get the similar sort of styles, situations, and that, and try and turn it into a different sort of film. But then again, if you did that, you'd probably get complained about for like changing it too much. So that's the problem with remakes. You can go too far or not go enough and not have a steady in between.
Yeah.
Rogue Review says, my favourite silent films are Metropolis and A Trip to the Moon. Good picks. Rogue Review says, most great remakes reimagine the story, such as The Thing 82, different to 51. Yeah.
Yep.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I think films that had a lot of wasted potentials could work for a remake. Example, Soylent Green, which is a good film, but could have done more because world building, because I found it kind of empty. Awesome. Alan says, both Descent films are pretty dark, so having a torch at hand is highly recommended. Radley says, you'll be very upset to know I had both Descent 1 and 2 steelbooks. That's good to hear, mate. Pete says, Playtendoguy needs to read up on his Marvel comics, especially Chris Claremont's era X-Men. I'll definitely keep a lookout for some. DVD from Film Bloke says, either remakes that expand on the originals or do something different, or maybe tackle more contemporary issues. Radley Stark says, I think Rob Zombie's take on Halloween was fantastic. Everyone else in the world seems to agree. Whole world wrong? Who knew? Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I haven't heard many people like it. It's more the second one they don't like.
Yeah. I think that the first one, I actually don't mind the first half of it. But the second half is just a mess for me. But yeah, the second movie, I absolutely hate that movie.
Right. Marvel fan says, I can remember the conversation about the Carry On Blu-ray. It was one live stream in December with Jim Jam Movies and TV and Jules on. Wow. December. Peter says, speaking of the natural born killers, I finally watched Island of Death a while ago. It was pretty hilarious. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. Alan says, yeah, I would certainly agree that Connery, Lazenby, and Moore bring something different to the role. Moore was definitely the most tongue-in-cheek and generally fun to watch. Yeah. Radley says, what the fuck is an Arrow window box? It's a slipcover with like a window, clear, so you could choose your artwork. There was like 4 different artworks, and you could pick which one you wanted to appear on the clear window box.
Yep.
Radley says, can one of you 3 please do a window box unveiling video? Marvel fan says, the new Karate Kid movie is coming out in June and July 2024, nearly 40 years since the original film. Yeah, cool, I suppose. I'm not the biggest fan of the films. I like the first one. I don't mind the Hilary Swank one. It's not the greatest film. It's mainly due to Cobra Kai why they're doing that, I suppose. But we'll see. What do you think of it, Andy?
Yeah, I like the first movie. I don't love it. I just think it's a good film.
Mm.
2's okay. I didn't like 3. I thought Ralph Macchio was a little fucking prat in that film. He was just annoying. But yeah, I'm sure Cobra Kai is a great show, but I've just got no interest in it because I'm not that big on the Karate Kid.
Yes, so am I. What about you, Mike, with this new film announcement?
Yeah, I mean, same. I'm not really the biggest fan of Karate Kid. I've only seen the first one. Is this new one? Is it going to be like a remake, or is it going to be like? Is it going to tie into Cobra Kai or something? I guess we don't know that yet.
Haven't got a clue yet. But it's an interesting choice. But we'll see what it's like when it gets a trailer next year. Pete says, Radley, there's a bunch of stuff on our window boxes on YouTube if you search it. DVD and Film Bloke says they're very early Arrow releases from 2009 or so, which come in a white packaging with a slipcover with a plastic windows. Yeah. That's not really a slipcover though. Cheers, DVD. Not something I would chase with any enthusiasm, says Radley, slipcovers. DVD Film Bloke says I kind of like slipcovers, but the case comes out on the side. Radley says, I feel proud with my limited knowledge of window boxes. I have managed to start a window box argument. Peter says, more like a slipcase window thing. Alan says, silent flick wise, I have heard a lot of good things about The Man Who Laughs. The character said to be the main inspiration for the Joker. Yeah, I've heard that's supposed to be very good.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it though.
He's a creepy fucker, that Man Who Laughs.
I've seen like a picture of him and it does look creepy. Alan says thoughts of Eli Roth as a director. What's he done?
Cabin Fever and The House with a Clock on its walls. I've not seen it, but I've heard The Green Inferno is meant to be super violent as well.
There's a movie he directed called Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, and it's so funny, but for all the wrong reasons. It's like I think Anna de Armas is in it, and it's like about two girls who like they knock on his door for help, and he like lets them in, and then they just won't leave the house, and it just it kind of escalates from there, but it's hilarious. Yeah, it's meant to be like a horror movie, but yeah.
I think the only one I've actually seen, well, two I've seen of his remake of Death Wish was all right, and The House with the Clock on its Walls. But he is actually directing the new Borderlands film based on the video game, so that'll be interesting. David Beach says they need to release a Knight Rider movie. They did. It was Knight Rider 2000. It was not very good. But yeah, I could kind of see Knight Rider coming back in a sort of remake. I think they did try before, but it wasn't very good. But Radley says, look like we're winding down, chaps. Night, chaps. Stay safe and see you all next week. Yes, thanks ever so much for joining, Radley. And that is the final comment of the night. And we've well past the 4-hour mark. So I think we definitely will be finishing up. But I'd like to thank everybody for joining the stream tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I'd like to thank Adam from What the Gym and Jason from the Old Millennial, as well as Andy and Mike. Everybody's links in the description down below, so go and give them all a sub. Final comment from Alan is, Andy, yep, I take your point about The Man Who Laughs. Wouldn't like to meet him in the dark.
No.
And we have good night from Marvel Fan and good night from the DVD and Film Bloke. So on that note, I think we'll say good night, and we'll see you all again next week at 7:30, where our special guest will be Terrence McGuana. So see you all next week. Take care and have a great weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.